All right, ladies and
Hello and
gentlemen,
welcome.
welcome. You got it.
Oh,
Take
no,
us.
I got it. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Project Luna R6. I am Getster. Joining me today is Ace, and we are bringing you the semifinals matches today. Couple of best of threes, starting off with Wildcard versus Arrival 7. How you doing, Ace?
I'm doing great. Wildcard Queens Arrival 7. Upon looking at the Arrival 7 roster for the first time, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names. This might be the closest of the two best of threes we have in store for us today.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I got to watch these teams face off last week, actually. I casted a couple of best of ones. All three of the matches I casted had wildcard queens in them. So I am very familiar with this team and the players on it. So it's going to be a good time. I'm very excited going into this one. We do have our maps determined for the first series, too. And I'm pretty excited. I believe it was like Cafe Clubhouse and then Skyscraper if we need a decider, which that's exciting. I don't get to see Skyscraper super often.
Hey, we'll get to see what happens, but first we got to take a look at the teams that we will be watching
True.
today. The first roster we will be seeing is the Wild Card Queens roster. This is the tried and true roster. Absolutely no changes have been made except for a possibility of Tex playing at some point. Stormy also being a very big sub, but you have the usuals. You've got Cass, you've got Mine, you've got Booley, Secret, and Impala. This is the team. This is the women's team, I would say, that you absolutely have to keep your eyes out for.
I mean, judging from last week, they only dropped one of the three maps they played, but after that point, they were on an absolute tear. They simply could not be stopped going forward for the rest of that day. So I expect big things from this team for sure, particularly out of players like Mine, like Secret, like Impala potentially. Just big impact players on this team for sure.
Yep, Mine, Paula, Cass, you need to get those guns going early. Booley and Secret, two of the best support flexes you've ever seen in your life, especially when it comes to how well they fit this team. But enough about Wildcard Queens. Let's take a look at the Arrival 7 female roster. This will be their opponents for today. Now, lots of names are coming at you hard and heavy. I believe the players should be, as of today, for this match, Shrimp, Tycho, Ali, Mari, and Spleech. Seeing Shrimp, Mari, and Spleech on the same team, I will admit this is one of the first times I've had a chance to clock into Project Luna. And yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily know what the Arrival 7 female team had in store, but seeing those three names on the same roster, I know this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, this team was playing phenomenally last week, and I'm very excited to see how they stack up to Wildcard Queens in this first semifinal match here. It's going to be a good one. I'm very excited. And it does say that Skyscraper is their worst map in the bottom left there. So, I don't know, maybe floating that one through because they could have banned it before the end of the ban phase, but it is what we ended up getting to regardless. So, I mean, maybe they've been scrimming it. Maybe they know something we don't.
Well, I mean, let's take the dear viewers to it, shall we? The map bans that you will be seeing and that we have already spoken about in the past so far, Border, Lair, Chalet, and Con being the first four off the board. These are the ones that, I mean, they obviously wanted to get Lair and, if I know Wildcard Queens well enough, they wanted to get Chalet off the board as early as possible. Arrival 7 did that for them, of course, with the insta-ban of Lair. And Arrival 7 picking Border to ban first is definitely interesting. I feel as though what you said about Skyscraper could have been said about Border, considering they had first ban and that was the first map they wanted off the board. But looking a little bit ahead here, Arrival 7's female team has decided to pick Cafe as their first map, so Cafe is where we will be taking you here shortly. No surprise at all if you are a former fan of or a current fan of Wildcard Queens. Clubhouse is the map that we will be going to in this best of two or best of three. Bank, Nighthaven taken out after that. These big maps do not do any justice to the amount of fraggers that are on both teams. So Skyscraper will be our last map as we get ready to roll right on in to the action here in just a split second, I would assume. Skyscraper, though, you said it best yourself, being the decider. I mean, you don't get too much more of a decider than Skyscraper, especially with two teams who might not be as well versed in it.
Oh yeah, definitely not. And like you were saying, I'm not at all surprised to see Clubhouse end up being the pick for the second map here, considering how much Clubhouse I got to see last week when I was casting Wildcard Queens. Dokkaebi and Mira are off the board right off the bat for our first ban. And of course, we get one more ban here before the map properly begins. We will get a third set of bans after the third round of the half has concluded. But these next couple bans are going to be Ace and Azami.
I watched a lot of Clubhouse last night. One of the two maps that I actually ended up having to cast that went to full OT was Clubhouse. And, of course, these are completely separate players. These are completely separate divisions of everything. But Ace was a very popular ban amongst both of those teams last night. So it's no surprise to see him taken off the board here on such a strong map for him as Cafe is.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love to see it. I'm a Mozzie player. We get to see Mozzie gameplay tonight. This makes me happy. This brings me personally a lot of joy. Love to see it. But other than that, on the defense here, we're seeing the Maluzi, we're seeing the Smoke, we're seeing the Warden, and of course that Maestro. A lot of standard operators here as we start on the kitchen site down here on the first floor. So makes a lot of sense here. What I'm wondering,
it feels as though that's exactly what I think. We might have been about to say the same thing. Continue.
No, I think you should say it. I think you were about to say something smarter than me.
Well, I mean, I was going to say something different, but also along the same lines, possibly. Seeing all of these names back on the screen just brings me back to a much simpler and happier time. And I'm going to tell you right now, Wildcard Queens on defense, Cass is a menace in the bakery. You are going to have to keep a sharp and watchful eye on her. I have seen her drop endless amounts of 4Ks to take her team all the way to the top like she has in the past just by sitting in small bakery, whether it be on Malusi, whether it be on Fenrir, or whether she does a little bit of a flex out of the blue type of pick like Maestro, who has actually seen a little bit of resurgence himself. It's just exactly what I'm expecting here from this team.
You beaut, snipe the drone!
Whole lot of damage pressure, but right off the bat, Shrimp is going to be the first to fall. No more striker on this team. And sometimes you just got to drop the nice shot. Every so often, it's good enough that you got to admit it.
Oh, mine!
The trade! Ooh. Mine. I mean, if you're going to go down, you're going to get the Blackbeard and take him with you. Big fan of all chat appearing in matches. It's always fun seeing these little interactions. Right away, we're now down into a 4 versus 3. And you've only lost out on your Mozzie if you're Wildcard right now. This is still a very, very good situation for Wildcard, to be in. Arrival, though, on a slight downward trend as it stands. It's
there she
very
is,
difficult
though.
To get in onto this.
Look who's in bakery.
Oh no! Just as you stated, in bakery, it's gonna be very hard to dislodge this Maestro. But if there's any character who can put pressure on top of the site, it's gonna be that Ram, Ali. Just bringing up so much soft breach, and now there's a big gaping hole in the ceiling. But the smoke canisters are going to keep people at bay for now. Impala playing from a very risky position, but just ignoring that smoke for a moment is going to reward you with the kill onto the one player there. So, well done. Starting to look pretty solid for Arrival 7. They get a couple picks going in. 2 versus 2.
Booley's too good.
Ooh,
oh!
Booley. I mean, that's just impressive. It's just the one player, just the Maestro, and they know exactly
Cass, you
where
have to watch
she
out.
is. Plant's going down, but the
Through
pick
the
comes
wall.
through the wall. I mean, beautiful, beautiful shots. And clutching up in the 1v2 scenario, Wildcard Queens is going to take the first round.
And see, Cass had a great visual on everything through her Maestro cams, of course. It worked perfectly to a point where there was no time on the clock left. You were fighting a battle that you probably weren't going to win with the player on the outside of freezer window right there. There was nothing else left for you to do but just guess as to where the plant was going off at. You saw nothing in the near corner, so you decided, okay, maybe through this wall they just kind of ran in, rush planted, right at the doorway. There was obviously that possibility, but at the same time, you have your teammates on your Maestro cams. It ended up being confirmed probably through comms. It's just you got to shut Cass down early. She is the secret weapon for this Wildcard Queens team. Yes, mine will drop 25 on your head every now and then. Yes, Bully will provide the absolute utmost best support that I've ever seen in my life. Yes, Secret will be one of, if not the best IGL in the game. If you get Cass going early, there might not be anything stopping this team. And that is what we are looking to be on track for right now.
Oh, absolutely. It is phenomenal stuff coming out here. And I'd like to point out, I don't see a kill in Cass's categories right now. Did they just have to get off of the
I'm
plant
pretty
there?
surprised
Or
she didn't
was
get it.
just,
Maybe?
or was it?
Oh,
was
wait,
just
it
a
downed.
knock, maybe?
It downed her. Yeah, it downed her.
Yeah. It
That's
must
what it
have
was.
just been a down, because if it wasn't like an outright kill, it had to have just downed the planter there.
Well, I mean, anything to stop the diffuser from going down. So if you end up downing them
True.
instead of killing them, that did stop the diffuser with no seconds left on the clock.
Hey, if it works, it works. We'll take it if we're Wildcard Queens. And that was a very difficult situation to find yourself in if you're Cass. You need to, like, find any way you can to clutch up. And if that's how it's going to be done, that's how it's going to be done. And this time around, we're going to be going up to the second floor to defend, which is kind of why we see the castle being the choice here. Oh my god, mine. Just finding 2 kills on the top floor. She had no right to find those. She had no right. And yet down goes the Ash and the Blackbeard. These castle barricades, because of that Ash going down, they're going to be staying up for a lot longer.
It was a right place, right time type of situation. They swung in. They didn't necessarily know where mine was. Mine didn't make herself known very well, and she just straight up completely caught them off guard.
It was beautiful stuff.
Oof.
The Cass does end up going down here shortly after, so we are still in a 3 versus 3 scenario. Very difficult scenario to find yourself in if you're A7, but that's the kind of play that gets you right back into it. Bully goes down. That's just a castle and a mute against the onslaught of an attack, but a very, very nice shot. 1 versus 2. Impala forced to return down to that second floor. The diffuser is going down.
If anybody can do it, it's
but
Paula.
1 versus 1.
Plane can't go down
versus
now.
Thrill. Oh my goodness!
No health
Both
left on her.
players on
That's
just
insane.
a sliver of HP.
Paula's
That bolt
rotating
is
around. Thrill
quite
might not
gonna
know it.
connect.
She's got a cam on her. She's got a cam on her. Oh!
Oh!
But the ping was misleading through the wall.
It spammed just the wrong spot through that wall. Now we're at 1 apiece going into round 3. Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out here. Going into this next one, I'm curious. Okay, we're going to the 3rd floor. Bar and cocktail. Interesting stuff.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
But this
bomb.
defensive composition, a whole lot of ordnance denial with both the Wamai and the Jaeger. Interesting stuff, but Kaid for wall denial, Oryx not Oryx, but Goyo for space denial. And Warden just gonna be out on the lurk. Interesting.
It's not too different from what I'm used to seeing, in all honesty, from this team. This is one of the main women's teams that I've seen where you can truly put any of these players on Jaeger specifically. I don't know what it is. Usually it's Mine, in all honesty. Mine will absolutely frag out on Jaeger, but she's feeling some type of way with that Goyo ACOG right now, so you put Bully on it. I cannot praise Bully enough for being the type of support player that she is. She is so flexible in the way that she will literally play anything that her team needs her to. And Jaeger has also seen a little bit of an extra resurgence in the meta lately with just the sheer amount of things that can be thrown nowadays from certain attackers. You also have the new Raora panels, still technically relatively new, that can be gotten by either the Wamai or the Jaeger. So, I mean, I can understand to an extent, especially on that top floor, where we would be going for a little less grenades and a lot more, you're going to have to shoot me to kill me.
An interesting strategy, to be sure, and the attackers don't really have a great way of getting rid of these Kaid claws either, I'd like to point out. So, gonna be an interesting attack here, especially now that you're done your Capitao. No more fire bolts, no more smoke bolts either, so not going to be an easy break by any means, I should say, for Arrival 7. Going into this one and losing
Spleech.
out on Spleech as well. That is not what you want to see here. This top floor defense has looked so good so far, but eventually Mine does get shut down here. No more Goyo, though those canisters still on the walls, still usable. Any one of the other teammates can pop those, so it's not the biggest deal that you've lost your Goyo. Now it would be slightly worse if you lose your Warden, just someone out on the roam a little bit here. But that's not going to happen quite yet.
Ooh.
Paula finding another pick here. No more gridlock to speak of. Now it's in a 2 versus 4. Bully is quite injured, but it may not matter. Paula with another pick. Absolutely going nuts right now, but Shrimp able to get that trade. Retreats onto the stairs, but gets shut down eventually. Bully not falling despite the low health. And just like that, Wildcard, they're starting to run away with this a little bit. Oh, excuse me.
I mean, you would feel
as round 4. Never mind.
you would feel as though that they are, due to the momentum that it feels as though they have drained from A7 here. I would say that I'm looking for Wildcard Queens to maybe take 1 or 2 more. Understandably so, the Goyo is now off the board, so we will have to see Mine swap up what she decides to do. Maybe back to the Jaeger, maybe even on the Legion. I've seen her play quite a few different roles within this team. There's the Jaeger, of course, and then Blackbeard being taken off the board. That then means that the entirety of A7 know that it's time to swap the strat around a little bit, at least.
Yeah, the ban on the Blackbeard does not really surprise me, considering how much we've seen it to this point. So, going to be an interesting round going forward here for A7 not having that crucial operator that they've been using for a little while now. But either way, a fairly similar first floor defense to what we saw last time around. I think the major difference is I don't believe we had the Jaeger on this site when we first saw it in round 1. It was Goyo, you're alright. But other than that, very, very similar stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is your typical Wildcard Queens downstairs kitchen hold. I mean, the only thing that I could have asked that would have ended up being different back from that first round was that Mine was on Jaeger. Here she is now. She was feeling herself on the Goyo, and now there's no Vector at all to be used with Goyo and Mira both off the board. So it makes it at least a little bit easier for Arrival 7 to tame their approach to an extent. But you have the exact same thing unfolding and transpiring. Booley sitting in coat. This is where she feels most comfortable, just as much as Cass feels very comfortable within Bakery. That's exactly where you're going to find these two players at. They're going to be looking to do what they do best, and that is stall for time. Cass back behind the Bakery, the little Bakery showcase there. That's exactly where she wants to be at. She's got Paula backing her up on the smoke, and she's also getting rid of drones. I mean, this is time denial 101.
Playing these positions and just allowing a Rival 7 to waste so much time on you specifically.
Oh.
But eventually you will fall. A solid shot connects straight to the dome, and just like that, things start to spiral out of control a little bit here. Booley goes down as well.
Oh.
And Paula here, just to ensure that things don't get too
Oh!
out of hand, though! A solid double kill! Can she make it a triple? The shotgun is out. No, mine is going to ensure that third kill comes through. Smoke canister goes into the room. Atypical use of that utility for sure, but I mean, beautiful, beautiful gameplay coming out from Impala in that instance. Just to bring back around that looked really bad. That's a nice flick just then, but down to a 2 versus 2. There's still a couple players alive on both sides here, and they know exactly where the approach is coming from if Wildcard Queens knows anything.
Oh,
but that's
Allie!
A beautiful shot. 1 versus 1. Mine versus Allie. Diffuser in hand.
If I'm Allie, I'm using a ram drone. I'm using a ram drone right now, and I'm masking my sounds. You might not be able to actually beat mine one-on-one, but she does it anyway. She felt a lot more confident in her gunplay. Unbelievable. I mean, what a flick that was, in all honesty. You wouldn't have even thought her head was there.
Wouldn't have thought it. Shout out the Kickstar chime, by the way. Rest in peace, GOAT. Kitchen is back. We are going to first floor once again. Not really surprising. Wildcard seems like they really want to make this site work. And it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, the first round they won it. That last round was down to the wire. You could argue that it was mostly close because of some heroics from Impala about halfway through that round. But, I mean, it was just solid gameplay throughout. So, anyway you slice it, I feel like this site makes a lot of sense for Wildcard Queens. And once again, we're going to be seeing the exact same character lineup. Operators will not change going into this round.
Well, I mean, it's because if you're Wildcard Queens, you know how much success that you have had in the past. And even coming into this, you know that success is imminent on this site. This is your bomb site. If they're going to take you to Cafe, you've got to make at least some part of it your home. They might have lost once already, and they might have won once already, but they know that with all of the sites on this entire map, this is the one site that they are the utmost confident on. They have a strat that basically always works. I mean, right then we saw it didn't work, but hey, sometimes that just does. Sometimes it's just like that. If Allie wouldn't have hit a very nice flick on the end of that one, I had the utmost confidence in mine winning that one. Either way, it just proves that it's not that they're overconfident, it's that they know their limits. They know their confidence cannot get to them any more than it already feels as though it might have. Mine gets one onto Thrill, and that is a big player down early for Rival 7.
Oh, Thrill definitely been one of those super high impact players for Rival 7 so far. And I would like to point out, by the way, we are seeing a mostly horizontal take rather than a vertical take from Rival 7, which means that Allie has swapped away from the Ram and has gone onto this router here. And I am interested to see how this plays. I've never seen Rauda play at this level before. But either way, good picks coming out here. A trade coming out from Cass. A good shot there. Engagement here, but neither player gonna fall.
I don't know how she didn't hit that.
Oh. 1 versus 4 for Shrimp. This
Oh.
defense goes a lot better for Wildcard Queens, and just like that, Mine has the shutdown. And that's going to be the round they wanted to win.
I think it was all about taking Thrill out early. It's not so much, though, as Thrill is the glue for this team, but it's more or less they were actually relying pretty decently on Thrill's gadget. They were relying on the 2 extra smoke canisters. We had already seen them throw down a few. It seems as though they wanted to try to make something work, playing around the smokes and whatnot. But Thrill got taken out early, so that was 2 extra ones that you did not have, along with the fire that definitely would have been able to do wonders. And by wonders, I mean it would have pushed Cass out from behind Bakery Showcase. And if you can get Cass out from behind Bakery Showcase, she will then go into small bake. But at that time, you knew that your Aurora was rotating back around 2 small bake windows. So if it could have worked out in the way that I'm expecting it, that it would have, if Thrill wouldn't have gotten taken off the board so early, then we might be looking at a different score line. But either way, Wildcard Queens, they were going to make Bakery Kitchen work somehow, some way for them.
And they definitely did get there eventually. But now we are headed back up to the top floor of the building. And again, we see this very ordnance denial heavy composition that we saw the first time around. We do also see the Mozzie and the Kaid return. The Ella, I believe, was not here the first time we saw third floor, but
Yep.
I could be wrong.
She was on Malusi. But it's definitely one of Boolie's favorite defenders.
I don't know how you managed to remember like what operators people were on. That's impressive stuff.
You gotta do it for as long as I have. I'm coming up on a year now. At least half of it has been Women's Siege. And by Women's Siege, I mean most of these women, even in the other match that we'll be seeing later. Yeah, you just got to know how they favor and how they intend to play. Thrill is one player that I had not seen very much out of all 10 of these players in here. Thrill is probably the one I know the least about. But all I needed to see was how she played and how important she has been so far to her team to know that that's where last round went wrong, and that's where they're looking to fix it at so far this round.
For sure. Thrill putting on a very, very solid performance so far on this Capital pick.
Utility getting used early in order to mask the Hibana pellets. Boolie's a little bit smarter than that, though.
Yeah, Impact comes out just to ensure that those X-Kairos do not form a problematic gap in their reinforcements pretty quickly. But the Lion EE1D once again going to be popped. Not quite pinging anybody. Wildcard just going to be standing still through all of that. So much denial of these grenades. But Sweet is going to be the first one to get picked. Does get traded out very quickly by Bully. This is a very aggressive spot to be playing.
Such a power
Bully,
position. Such a power
position. Does eventually drop. Mine.
She did what she needed to do,
as
though.
well. To C4.
Lining it up
through
for
the
secret.
Floor. Oh no, and that's going to be the
This is
round.
typical
That
Wildcard.
was... I mean, that was beautiful from Wildcard. I mean, the moment that second pick came through, everything just started falling over. Like, the dominoes fell one at a time very, very quickly. But now we're swapping.
They let Booley
the
play
other
on that power position too much. They let Booley play on that power position
Yeah.
way too long. They should have found some sort of way to Capital fire her off. Maybe even throw a smoke grenade at her feet, whether it be a smoke grenade or a Capital smoke bolt. I mean, too much. Too much at once for them. I mean, that is... If Booley's not on her super support role, she has been known to play specifically Ella and go off. And that's exactly what we just saw.
Bans came through. They're going to be Mira and Azami on the defense out of the picture, and Ace and Blackbeard out of the picture for the attack. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Attackers
Blackbeard
need to
was
locate
a
and
very
defuse as many
annoying
bombs as they can.
character in the first part of this game for Arrival 7 to deal with. They don't even want to think about that character anymore. So sorry for Wildcard to deal with, but Arrival 7 knows how difficult that can be to deal with, so they want to get rid of it right off the bat. Either way, we're starting on the 3rd floor this time around. Once again, we're seeing a Mozzie, and I mean, this just makes me personally very, very, very happy. I love this character.
And I know that Allie is pretty prominent on the Warden, so it was no surprise to see Warden be a pick here. It's definitely someone who can hold piano in such a power spot behind that shield. You're going to have to dedicate a lot of resources to it, considering you didn't bring an Ash, and considering your only option would be to nade it out with Paula or mine at that point, or maybe you could throw a Nomad behind, but either way, Allie's got fast enough reflexes to shoot it, so didn't necessarily bring the right utility for it, but it might not have even been droned out properly.
What interests me is this Nomad pick from Bully here. I am very interested to see how these air jabs get utilized.
Well, I mean, she's usually a pretty big gridlock player, so it's kind of the same, one and the same, you know.
Very true.
What a
Skyros are out. There is no denial onto these, so good stuff from Wildcard so far. Can't get all of it through though because of the mute jammer on the other side of the wall. So would be very, very nice if they could find a way to get rid of those, but for now,
angle here.
What is this? This is gross. This is disgusting.
She has the potential to knock 3 people's heads off right here, right now, but they're just not going to move. Allie's definitely not going to move. Not unless Bully pushes her out, I'd say.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. Oh, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this through these tiny holes in the window barricades.
Well, they're looking to get away with it. You catch somebody slipping, and then you have the instant advantage. And look at that.
Shrimp.
Exactly what we expected.
Ooh, that's not good. Now,
Bully
Impala
took
has
Screech out
gone
as a
down.
result
This Deimos is on the floor right now, and I'm not sure that they're in a position to be able to get the revive. But oh, they are. Impala's back on her feet.
Impala got up. Well, at this current point in time, the rest of the defenders are on the top floor. It's up to Allie.
Time to make a new door.
In all honesty, Bully got flashed by her own
still here.
flashbang.
Good position behind this shield, and that first pick's gonna come
That's
out.
Allie. Yep.
Make it a second.
That's one.
Allie, 1v3. Diffuser's down. 40 seconds left.
Yep.
And I think Allie realized that there was someone on the left there, but looks away at the wrong time and gets shut down on the rotate. So 5-2 now for Wildcard Queens on A7's map pick.
Arrival 7 timeout. Arrival 7 timeout here. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a lot of what they know is going down and what they are most likely talking about in this timeout, especially coming out from Thrill. I would say Thrill is just begging for a little bit of extra backup, I would say. Thrill and Spleech, even though Spleech only has 3 kills, Spleech has been such a determining factor. Spleech either goes down early or stays alive long enough to where she can make a real impact, and she has always been this big impact player. You're looking for more all-around support, not a singular scent of support has been around, especially on that last defense specifically. I'm not going to talk about their attack because their attack is over with and done now. They're looking toward the future. They're looking to see what they can improve on for this upcoming defense here to keep it from going 6-2, and they need to utilize team play a little bit better. Spleech, you see it now, instantly swaps off of the Mozzie and on to the Valkyrie, who is basically Mozzie, but way, way, way better and way more informative. Well, Mayan Jaeger coming out of Allie and Thrill I cannot remember what operator Thrill was on, but Allie was on her tried and true Warden. Warden brings absolutely nothing in the form of support for a team. Yes, Allie did get a very nice set of kills there at the end, but she had been sitting behind the shield the entire time. Your goal as Warden was literally to do nothing but hold piano for as long as you can keep your head on your shoulders. Now, in this case, looking back around, they're back in the same spot, but they have changed the strat up drastically for that specific reason. We've got double nade denial. We know that now this double nade denial will be able to get rid of everything Mine brings in. Would have been able to get rid of Booley's Nomad charges, but she got off of Nomad. It will be able to get rid of Secret's Ash charges. It will be able to get rid of Cass's pellets. They are working, especially with the Fenrir on the board now, in order to be able to open up the possibility of some swings from your Kaid. They thought about it long and hard during that timeout. They're working. They know that they need to be a lot more comprehensive and work a lot better as a team going forward.
Yeah, and it's as you say, a lot of this denial is going to be very problematic for the for Mine, who has opted to bring the Striker, who has 4 total grenades and no gadget, which is a little bit unfortunate when you're playing into Lamai and Jaeger. You hate to see it, but if there's one thing I know about Mine, it's that she can frag out regardless, so don't underestimate that gun in her hands, which Spleech does in that instance there.
Spleech. You can't keep letting Spleech fall early like that. They're playing better supportive operators, but you need to be there for your teammates. You need to be able to repick. You need to be able to continue to go and go and go. You can't let the train stop. Spleech going down early all these times has been nothing but a detriment to this team. I have watched Spleech do unspeakable things, especially on Cafe in the past. You're not getting her going early enough here, and it's a problem. It's been a big problem for our Rival 7 right now.
More than capable, though, of bringing it back in later rounds. Obviously, out of the question for this one, but bringing it back soon, a distinct possibility for Spleech. So, still looking to get up towards this next floor here. The Buck is going to be putting a whole lot of pressure on the player right above. They know that.
Another main attacking operator. Another main attacking operator we usually see Bully on is Buck. I mean, the definition of a super support.
Again, taking a little damage here is Cass, but still no pick to be found. But a grenade kill comes out. Manages to weave through all of the utility here in secret. Able to get in and find more. It's down to the Fenrir of Shrimperton. Finds one, but it's not going to be enough. Wildcard with the 6th round win.
Yeah, sadly enough, I'm going to tell you now. 7-2 is what we're looking at, maybe even a 7-3. Which we are. If we end up going to Clubhouse, which of course we have to in order to see the decider of this, we're going to be looking at the same stat line or less. And by less, I mean less wins on a Rival 7's round total. I have seen this Wildcard Queens team go absolutely berserk on Clubhouse more times than I can remember. If you're A7, you have to know that you are dragging your feet at the absolute worst time, and it is not going to come back and be very nice to you in the end.
Yeah, it's not looking amazing right now for them, but I mean we're going back down to kitchen. I mean they've lost 2 rounds in a row up on the top floor, so this doesn't really surprise me. I'm not entirely sure that kitchen was the best call here, but either way, it kind of looks like we're gonna be going for a horizontal take with Booley on the glass. Interesting.
Now, this is not something that I can say I've seen super often from Bully on the glass. However, I can say I've been seeing a little bit more glass than I usually do lately, and that can be a testament to a lot of different things, especially with, you know, the just recent overall changes to the game. Make it to where glass is a lot more viable now on a few different sets of strategies. And it seems as though they have changed up their strategy a little bit, and it's more centered around the double smoke from Secret and Bully, along with the sins that, of course, Glass can no longer see through. But either way, you have the sins rush that we know is a tried and true nowadays. Secret just keeps her smokes in the back pocket for Bully once she gets a nice angle on someone, and then boom, you have 4 whole smoke grenades that Bully can just snipe straight through.
Lion, once again, going to be prevalent for the attack here. If you can cut off anybody who's rotating away from the site with a player like Impala, then you're looking pretty phenomenal on this attack here. But so far, no such luck. Neither team able to find out a pick quite yet. But Secret on this Ram is going to be putting a whole lot of pressure up top, while Bully on the glass and be trying to find these really long sight lines and just shut down any real positions for Arrival 7 to be holding. First engagement comes out, and finally, there's a pick on the side of Wildcard Queens. Mine able to find that one, and now there's pressure on the side of A7. Popping another EE1D, but not going to be enough quite yet.
Spleech
Smoke
goes down.
canisters come out. Spleech is down, as you say. Just very unfortunate stuff for
Don't
A7
think
has
she
to
can be
deal with
picked up
now.
either.
I don't think so. A little bit far forward. There's a couple players on the side of Wildcard Queens who are there to be able to pressure you out, and just like that, the attack comes in. It's a 1 versus 5. Allie will do her best, but this should be over. Diffuser is down. 40 seconds remain in the round, and just like that, the map is over. Cafe 7-2 in favor of Wildcard.
7-2 victory for Wildcard Queens. It's not something I can say I had in the books, so to speak, you know, ready to call it now that Wildcard Queens was going to win it. 7-2 is honestly a pretty dominant stat line. I didn't really expect it. I'm expecting about the same from Clubhouse. I mean, this was Arrival 7's pick, and they got absolutely tore up on it. So, where, you know, if you're Arrival 7, you're just back to the drawing board. How can we keep them at bay long enough on Clubhouse to where we can maybe squeeze a map 3 out of this? I personally am not at all expecting a map 3 out of this. Anything is possible, obviously. Arrival 7 could come strapped with a lot of prior knowledge to how good Wildcard Queens have been on Clubhouse. Of course, I mean, there's plenty upon plenty upon plenty of VODs that you can go back and watch of them on Clubhouse, whether it be best of 1s, best of 3s. They even had a best of 5 that they did where Clubhouse was, I believe, either the first or second map. So it's like, there's so much that you could watch, especially if you expect them to pick Clubhouse. Here we are. They did indeed pick Clubhouse for our second map, but 7-2, not at all what I expected from that first map.
Yeah, it was a very dominant showing from Wildcard Queens, and theoretically we're about to see another one on Clubhouse, a map that they are very well known for. But don't go anywhere, y'all. We are going to be going to a quick break, and when we come back, map 2 in this best of 3. Welcome back, y'all. Thank you for waiting for us. Bear with us for just a moment here. We are going to be going, as stated earlier, to Clubhouse for our second map. This is Wildcard Queen's pick, to absolutely nobody's surprise if you've been watching their games. I mean, this is a map that they are extremely comfortable on, as evidenced by last week, as evidenced by their history as a team, as evidenced by the fact that they picked it. So, I mean, you were saying earlier, Ace, you expect this to be a stomp.
Yeah, Arrival 7 does have good players, a part of a once forgotten team that actually beat Wildcard Queens on Clubhouse in a best of one many moons ago. But that was a 7-5 stat line. Wildcard Queens were playing with a sub that day. A lot can change. I have also seen Wildcard Queens win 7-1 in a multitude of different ways on Clubhouse as well. So it's either going to be a big-time stomp or Arrival 7 are going to have at least a few tricks up their sleeve. But either way, I do, if it comes down to my prediction, so to speak, I do believe that Wildcard Queens have this in the bag.
And they are choosing to start on the attack as well. Not entirely shocking, considering some of the defensive sites on this map are not phenomenal. I mean, 3 of them are pretty good. 1 of them is not great, but we so rarely get to see that first floor site that it ends up not mattering all that much. But we are going into the ban phase here, right off the bat. Oh, and teams just know what they want to get out of the way already. It's going to be the Mira and the Ace. Why do I have deja vu?
Well, I mean, Ace is one of the most popular bands right now, just period, and he is also just as important on this map as he was on Cafe. Another very, 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 very important operator on this map that has rose to prominence within the bands specifically lately is Maverick. I can say pretty confidently that the Warden was probably banned out due to Allie, along with the possibility of just how strong she could be sitting on top of Garage as Warden. But either way, I mean, Warden does have at least a few extra plays on this map, more than he did on Cafe. So yeah, I mean, this looks to be a little bit more of a standard type of defensive lineup. Obviously, Allie probably would have went Warden if she could have, but instead she does have Smoke SMG-11 instead of the SMG-12. It's not really going to hinder her specifically too much, I don't believe.
I will also point out that because of these bans, at least for now, Azami has been floated. And Azami, I mean, I love the character. I would love to see her get a little bit of playtime here, but not going to be in this round, unfortunately for me. But the...
Well, I feel as though Azami is a little predictable whenever you're on this site, don't you think?
Yeah, I can see it. That's fair. She does kind of hold the top garage in a very similar way every time, so...
Oh, yeah.
It does make sense, but still, I'm a little sad. I like Azami.
Understandable.
Oh, first pick comes out. That was fast. Mine out here trying to speedrun the map.
She does what she knows is necessary. That was just going to be the easiest way to do it there. Popping the windows, getting a little bit of extra pressure to maybe run them into the prying eyes of a few of their teammates. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Mine did take a little damage from Shrimp. But yeah, these two route canisters, I mean, they even recently got nerfed with the amount of time that they keep things frozen, and they're still just an absolute detriment to the attackers.
Oh, it's a menace for sure. And speaking of menaces, we have a lion on the field. Mine popping these E1Ds just to ensure that this approach is not hindered as much, I should say. Ying.
Cass, it got destroyed by the electricity.
That's really unfortunate, but eventually one does go in. Hits Beautiful shots. Down goes the Kaid.
Oh,
But-
wait, she's
ooh.
going to flash her
Caught
teammate
with
now.
your util in your hand.
Oh, but it didn't matter.
Caught with util in hand.
This all went
but
downhill fast.
Eventually. Oh, yeah. That second pick comes through, and like we see so often, the dominoes just fall. Wildcard. Taking the round pretty quickly there. Team Ace.
It's like it's exactly what you expect, right? I mean, the amount of pressure that they can put on anyone, even on the attack. They chose to start on attack for a reason, and I'm going to let you in on a little secret. You say that you have casted them. You casted them a lot lately, and of course, I have the extensive history that I do. I'm going to tell you right now,
Indeed.
they started on the attack because that's what they do. They're going to start on attack pretty much every time they pick this map because there's a pretty good chance that they don't drop a singular defensive round. And if you get yourself into a little bit of a hole while on attack, even if you're going up against, you could really be going up against anyone and find yourself up 4-2 or maybe even tied 3-3 at the split. That's the type of thing that you want in your back pocket. We know how good Wildcard Queens can be on the defense. They are, I mean, I said it best myself whenever I covered the best of 5 they did. At that time, it was the best attacking team in the entire league versus the best defending team in the entire league. That attacking team, some of those players are on Arrival 7 right now, but it's the exact same Wildcard Queens team that we saw back then. That is the reason why they are so prominent on defense. They always have been, they always will be, and it's just a matter of time until they get rounded out enough to where they're good enough on the attack to where they don't have to worry about picking attack first every time. On a map as comfortable as Clubhouse is for them, though, that's the exact reason they picked it, because they're, I'm not going to say overly confident, but they are very, very, very confident in their defensive abilities. And even in their offensive abilities, as Spleech gets taken down early again through the drone hole by Paula. It was through the drone hole. I mean, what can't this team do? They're in their element. This is like me in my bed.
What does that mean?
Me in my bed. I mean, I know my bed better. I know my bed better than anybody else, don't I? They know Clubhouse better than any team in this league.
Hey, that's fair. That's fair. But either way, Spleech going down early is a really, really bad sign for Arrival 7 because now that Thermite has opened the wall up completely into CCTV. Like, this was something that the Tuberel was able to delay for so long in the previous round. And now we've still got a minute and 40. And they can't, and the wall's been blown open.
It's breaking down fast.
Significantly easier. This is potentially going to be a significantly easier round for Wildcard to be able to break into. However, Impala is shut down on the initial approach by Thrill. Good shot there.
Thrill's in a good spot here, but you also have to be careful of Secret. And at the same time, Secret has to be careful of Shrimp. They have definitely learned that spreading out might just be the better way to go. Sometimes you can take your opponent by surprise by doing that, but Thrill went down in the rotate hole. Now Shrimp is forced to rotate back. I do not envy them at all. Mine with a double. Booley gets another one onto Allie. It's all but inevitable. Booley had to get off the plant, but it didn't matter. There was enough time left. She takes Shrimp out, and they're up 2-0 very fast and in such a hurry, so to speak.
Surely we don't go back to CCTV. Okay, we're going to church. We're going to basement. This makes a little bit. This makes a lot of sense, actually. I like the fact that we're going downstairs rather than trying to force another round up top. And gym bedroom is a very difficult site to hold. It's doable, but it's difficult. And finally, we are going to be seeing this zombie I was hoping for in round number 3.
And you see, the Azami can be just as impactful on this site as she really could have been anywhere else. And putting Spleech on it, I think, is actually a good idea due to the fact that Spleech just has not had the chance to get going. I think she ended with 3 kills, maybe 4 at the end of last map. This is the person that you're expecting to drop anywhere from 5 to 8 per match. I mean, this is or what has been in the past, the MVP for the team. I've seen Spleech go crazy in a multitude of different ways, multiple different times, along with her teammates of Mari and of Shrimp. It's exactly what we're seeing here and now. It's the complete opposite. She has not had the opportunity to get going at all, putting her on a very integral operator like Azami to make sure that time is wasted, that util is wasted, that bullets are wasted towards the gadget and even towards her. This is going to be very important if she doesn't get caught lacking here. She has to be careful that someone is behind her on the rappel. This might not be very good.
It's a very tough spot to find yourself in if you're Spleech. And Shrimperton is the first to fall. Legion out of the picture very early in this round. Oh, they know. They 100% know. But the Kiva barrier is going to go up and allow for a safe rotate to get out of there. That's why I like this character. The sheer, like, unlimited use cases of the Kiva barriers is just fascinating to watch players utilize.
And at the same time, you just made Secret doubt herself on Montaigne on a different note, while not Montaigne, on Blackbeard, while Thrill was on the Fenrir. You made her second guess herself and rotate back to her teammates just by having one singular Fenrir mine go off. Now she's rotated back around and knows she has a little extra support from Booley and Cass above her. Hatches are also being opened, nades are being thrown. Looks as though this execute might be coming a little bit sooner than we expected, especially with Secret still on the board. This is what you want.
A7 is having a very difficult time holding on to this one. Meanwhile, Wildcard doing very well on the approach here, finding a couple picks. A solid flash.
Those Kiva barriers.
You lose out on Cass, but you find two more. And Thrill goes down next, and it's just onto this Azami. 1 versus 4. But these are good shots! Impala goes down, as does mine. And the diffuser. That was very close to being another pick coming out from Spleech. Now you've pre-fired and slightly given your position away. Wildcard has a pretty good idea.
They
of
still
where
have
you're coming
Secret
from
alive.
here.
Secret is still alive. She's on the diffuser as well. This is going to be really tough.
Yeah, the moment she gets spotted out, Spleech falls. The shield on the diffuser is just too much to get over, and now a timeout has already been requested by Arrival 7 very early.
A little bit earlier of a timeout, but I don't blame them at all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bans are going to be Tubarão and Blackbeard. Both of these make a lot of sense. Tubarão has seen a fair amount of play in the early stages on these CCTV holds. And Blackbeard, obviously just a very annoying operator to deal with in general. So, makes a lot of sense to see these two bans coming into the second half of the first half. The second quarter.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, but they really need to step it up. They need to come up with something out of the box here at this point, because there's not a lot left that you can do when you're staring down the barrel of a gun, so to speak. I mean, Wildcard Queens, they're here. They're proving it. They're ready. They want to go all the way. They've went all the way in basically every single recent women's anything when it comes to R6, and this is the exact reason why barely anyone has ever been able to stand up to them, and they're just going to keep steamrolling. I mean, I really don't know what Arrival 7 women's could even be talking about during this timeout.
I suppose we'll see on this next site, Gym Bedroom.
Possibility of a 6-0 the way it's went, honestly.
It's very possible, but I mean we're seeing a very standard like composition come out here from Arrival 7 on this Gym Bedroom hold. It's gonna be that castle and bandit composition that we all know it, we all love it. Gonna be trying to trick that wall, but I mean I imagine this just gets shut down by a single pick of a sledge or potentially even an Ash. I suppose that's why you bring the Jaeger if you're Thrill. Just to deny those Ash charges from breaking that second castle barricade. But yeah, we're going to be seeing some pretty immediate swaps here. Not anything like the Sledge of the Ash that I was just mentioning, but a glass, a thermite, and a Ying. Okay, there's the Ash.
We've seen basically this exact same take from them. I believe it was the last map that we saw this.
I love the fact that we get to see the all chat banter between these teams. It is phenomenal. All right, step 1 of this execute, as always, do what you can to get rid of this window. Make sure that you can't get peeked from that window. Mine goes for it, but does not end up getting it successfully. Thermite on this wall, and it's not safe to trick anymore, so another pick comes out onto Wildcard Queens. See, I like the execute. It's already going decently well, being able to get that wall open. Unfortunately, you've lost 2 players here. You do still have
the timeout actually might have been what they needed.
It's very much what they needed. I mean, even being able to get 1 round win on the defense here is potentially massive for them. Gives them just that much more breathing room going into the second half of the map, so. And I love the fact that they're still being so careful. There is a reinforcement coming out here, but...
Oh, they're flashing Allie bad.
Oh.
Allie's getting flashed and smoked out of her mind. She might not make it out.
Oh, wow.
But she didn't have to do anything.
7. All she had to do was stand there and wait. All my team does is lie. What does that mean, mine? What does that mean?
I'm sure the glass was behind her saying, "I've got it, mate. You know, I'm covering your window." And she did whiff a few shots. She ended up taking it down to very low health, but mine died in the process. I can understand the frustration on that one.
Claiming to hold CC
Claiming to
window.
hold it.
That's very funny.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Either way, as stated earlier, Arrival 7, they finally do get that round win they're looking for on the defensive side, and now we are going back to the basement. I think... No, I don't think we had the Goyo last time they were doing this. But they are going back to the Legion and the Azami. Did they have Jaeger?
I don't think they did.
I don't think so either.
A little bit different of a hold then coming out from them.
Slightly different this time around, but either way, gonna be a very different attack coming out from Wildcard here. We see the Finca and the Flores. That's the name of the operator. I promise I played this game. I just forgot the name of the operator. Ugh, that's funny. What? Once again, we're seeing Spleech in an extremely similar position as last time. Oh, grenade to try to flush her out, but... she's trapped here.
Oh, I thought she was going to
trapped.
get hit by that one. She's going to get the kill, if anything.
They've adapted really well. They've just tried so hard to be able to flush her out, but eventually Spleech manages to escape nonetheless. Extremely well done. Okay, the 3 ADSs in one spot.
Sometimes
really
that's what it
this.
takes. You don't really need it to be anywhere else, especially if you have a blue player.
No, I respect it. That rules. By the way, these Flores drones going to be very important.
Oh, he's on his drone!
Flushing the
But didn't get
player
hurt.
out, but manages to slip away, not taking any unnecessary damage from the Flores drone. But another one is on the way in.
Goyo got popped because of that.
Yep, blows open the door, gets the Goyo canister. But that third drone gets shut down. Shot down, one might say. One minute left in the round, and it's still a 5 versus 5. Wildcard taking this attack very, very slowly here. They know the ADSs are here.
Those
They're
3
just gonna
ADSs coming
do their
up.
best to burn
Clutch.
through them, but you're not burning through 3 ADSs, unfortunately. Ali is going to be the first player to fall in this round. Thrill shortly thereafter. Oh, it all falls apart. And now the Finka boost comes in, and they've all dropped in. 1 versus 5. And this is another, this isn't even the first 1 versus 5 scenario we've seen. And once again, no clutch going to happen this time around. Wildcard with a very clean attack there.
Another quick victory. Arrival 7 don't have another timeout to take, and that could be all she wrote. Arrival 7 may get 1 or 2 more, but I believe the timeout buff, so to speak, that they feel as though they got was just for 1 round, because that was a very harrowing wake-up call, so to speak, for the Arrival 7 female team. And the fact that Wildcard Queens, I mean, they know this map better than they know the back of their hand. And they've got 1 more round before they go on defense, and then that's really when we're going to start seeing. It could be to a point where we only see them play 2 defensive rounds. And even if they do only play 2 defensive rounds, that is just how, I mean, that's really all they would end up needing in the first place anyway.
We do end up seeing that Azami on CCTV cache that I was suggesting earlier. This time, though, Thrill is going to be the one playing that operator instead of Spleech, who has opted for the smoke. Makes a lot of sense to be seeing smoke here, by the way. I mean, if that wall gets broken open, which it probably will, the smoke is going to be your primary method of deterring the plant. I really wish we'd been spectating Mari now, because they did something that I wish I'd seen. You hate to see it.
You have to. You have to hate to see it.
Smoke comes out, courtesy of this. Whoa, okay, very, very quick round. Plant doesn't even go down. It's just secret in a 1v4. That was fast.
That's the exact thing they didn't want to happen. I guess they were just a little bit more ready for what was possibly getting ready to go down here. Secret, you can't counter out yet, but it is a 1v4. And they're probably not going to peek her, especially if they know where she is.
Can y'all take 1s on the plat player is crazy.
If there's anyone who's going to be able to win their 1, it's definitely Secret. We just need to see how they go about defending this, and how Secret may end up trying to attack it as well.
I mean, surely this is an instance where they know Secret doesn't have that many routes of attack, right? Like, they haven't changed their positions too much at all. They know that Secret has to approach from here, and with just over a minute left in the round, there's not a ton of time left. There's a shotgun waiting right around that corner,
Yep.
but it won't get used, as Shrimp is going to be the one to find the pick and send us directly into the second half with a 4-2 scoreline.
4-2 split is not what I expected, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility, and we can't say for certain that Wildcard Queens will just be unbeatable on their defense. We do know that they're very a lot more prominent on their the defensive side of this game and of this map and whatnot. We even saw it on Cafe specifically. Rival 7 are just going to have to bring their absolute A game on attack if they plan to try to bring this one back.
And I think it's important to note what characters Wildcard are banning out. They've opted to get rid of the Maverick and the Blackbeard. And I think the Maverick makes a lot of sense. Because, I mean, if you're holding CCTV cache, for example, obviously there's a whole lot of bandit strategies that have historically been used there. Obviously less prominent now that Kaid's in the game, but wall denial is a very important thing on that particular site, and Maverick is the one hard breach character who can kind of just ignore that and shut it down completely. So I think it makes a lot of sense to see both teams banning out Maverick before the character even has a chance to be played.
Maverick is he's one of, if not the most important attackers on this map specifically. He's been seeing an absolute surge in bans lately on this map, no matter what league, no matter what team, no matter what play style. Maverick is becoming an insta-ban for a lot of teams when having to play this map, and for good reason.
And it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Speaking of operators that I don't see a whole lot, we're seeing both a Mozzie and a Doc on this team for Wildcard right now. This is a very interesting defensive composition we are seeing as it stands.
Well, she opted to let Bruley play the Jaeger. Not too much else you can pick from. Mine doesn't really have too many other defenders that she is keen on. Goyo would have been one, but Cass decided to be the Goyo. Maybe she gave up the Goyo as well. Doc himself is just, he's always been good enough. He just hasn't seen very much play. But I've personally have been seeing quite a few extra Docs here lately as well. As Cass takes Spleech out first. It's looking good to start so far. No Grimbees were used either.
Oh, no. I mean, losing out on Grim before he even has the opportunity to use that is... I mean, it's tragic. You do hate to see it.
I'm reloading.
At the same time, they're fighting the Phantom Menace that I believe Secret is being for this team right now. Yeah, it was Secret and Paula. Secret's now backed off towards Strip. Paula has rotated all the way back down to site. You just got to make sure you don't get stalled out if you're the A7 women's team right now. You cannot afford to stall out here. It was Secret, like I said. She turned her phone off instantly. She's got a lot to go up against right now, but she could be good for two, and she trades! Thrill is still on the ground and will be picked up. So at the very least, Thrill takes a little, well, actually a lot of extra damage on that encounter, but Secret did what was needed of her. A minute 20 now instantly vanishes, and now it's only 40 seconds.
It's looking real solid going into this, but his last 30 seconds in a 4 versus 3. Wildcard having a pretty significant advantage right now, but this Ram opening up so many angles on the top floor. E1D just to attempt to force people out of position, but Thrill falls. 4 versus 2, and this suddenly becomes a lot more scary. And just like that, Wildcard, they're going to seal up round number 5.
A lot was happening, but as previously stated, Secret was hiding in Moto. It wasn't Secret; it was Paula on the Mozzie. She was hiding right under the hatch in that little dark corner where you can hop on the boxes, and she ended up taking 2 with her without anyone knowing. The first one goes down, you would think that you instantly call that out, but no. You're going to have another teammate fall behind you about 20 seconds later down the same hatch exactly where Apollo was sitting.
We see another gym bedroom hold. Another instance of the tried and true castle. No bandit. I lied. We do see the castle, though.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the Jaeger and I was like, oh, yellow character, yellow icon. Bandit, no, that's Jaeger.
Well, they're keeping basically the exact same lineup, only they're swapping Paula and they're swapping Secret out.
Mm-hmm.
Putting them on different operators. You're keeping Booley on Jaeger. She had the perfect placements and she's definitely comfortable enough with the gun. Putting Cass on the mute. This is always a good idea. Put Cass on anyone who has a fast-firing gun, and I just want to let you know that that is basically every character in this game, and she will come up with something.
Yeah.
Time to raise some ears.
Early hard breach gonna be coming out. The mute
I love
jammers
the
are gonna
mute
make
right
this.
beside the castle barricade on the main window. That was a nice setup from Cass there.
Oh yes. And the Selmas from the Ace. Gonna be opening up a
Not banned.
decent enough size hole. Doesn't get banned. Despite, being banned in all three of the halves previously, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wildcard just not deeming it an important enough ban for the first two. Getting rid of that Blackbeard and that Maverick were bigger priorities for them. There's a lot of players. Oh my god.
Bottom garage. Yep. Bottom garage repel. That's exactly you want. Especially with the pocket bailiff now that Doc has, you want mine to be your lurker. And it might not be the most conventional play for her, but if you don't have her on the Jaeger and if you don't have her on the Goyo, that's just what's going to happen.
I mean, just a beautiful position for mine to take there. Completely shutting down that angle of attack from A7, and just like that, it's gone from a very winnable round to a very difficult situation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Paula ends it
That's
out by
number
pushing
6.
up and around from Jim. We just got one more to where we might end up seeing a double 7-2 here, actually.
It's very possible. It is entirely possible at this point. My question is, what site are Wildcard going to? And it looks like the answer to that is CCTV cache. Interesting stuff here.
It's not surprising. Yeah, it's not surprising for on my end. I don't think it is, at least.
Well, yeah, I guess if the other option is lobby. Fenrir, Wamai, Bandit, Jaeger, Doc. But this time Doc is Booley, and Jaeger will be mine.
Paula.
Interesting
Jaeger's
stuff. Paula, excuse me. I meant Bandit.
Mine is on the
How
Bandit,
did I mess
as you
those
aforementioned? Yes.
again?
Mhm.
I can't believe it.
They're lining up for someone to sit top garage. I'm not 100% certain on who it's going to be. If it was my choice, I would say it would probably be Secret in order to get the most utilization out of the Jaeger ADSs, along with, of course, the Wamai discs that you can throw around. Either Secret or Cass would be the two that I would put there. But I mean, hey, you've got them there for a reason. Even if no one plays, if you end up having to flex out that way due to them coming in and around through the wall and whatnot, it's definitely going to be. It's not going to be something that's going to hurt you, so to speak. Looks like it might be Cass.
Reloading.
Trying for the bandit trick is mine, and she actually might have almost gotten one. Seeing as though
close, for
A7
sure.
aren't really playing like a team, so to speak, too much, she actually might be able to get one of the bandit tricks here, but instead the Flores drone actually is what ends up helping her out there.
Yeah, the Flores drone able to come in and deny mine the space needed to be able to bandit trick. Just like that, the wall has been opened up. No Thatcher necessary. So you still have those to work with. Twitch drone, by the way, just tagging mine a little bit. Mine expressing her distaste in the all chat. That is messed up. Using a Twitch drone to like do 5 damage to a player, that's crazy.
I just think it's funny.
Oh, it's very funny.
Thrill goes down at the hands of Paula.
Paula's been hitting some real nice shots on this map, but does get shut down by Spleech coming through the other side. Those gridlock traps are going to be going down as well, to record. It's going to be an interesting angle of attack here. 4A7 Shrimp hits a beautiful shot onto mine. Now the approach becomes slightly easier. But still
getting
very
opened
difficult
up.
site to be
Shrimp
pushing here.
has the backup too. I'm not anywhere near counting out the A7 women's attack right now.
I'm
Because
definitely
of
not
plays
counting them
like
out if they're
that.
hitting shots like that.
Whoa,
One versus
Shrimp
two.
goes
Beautiful.
huge!
Beautiful stuff, and then the pinch from the opposite side of the site is just gorgeous. Obviously, Wildcard
To
Queen's
keep her
still
team in this.
on that match point, but Arrival 7 able to take this at least one more round, and potentially these bans could end up being massive just going forward. Arrival 7 getting another ban onto Wildcard could just be huge. Azami is the option.
Azami. I can understand that one.
Interesting. Yeah, I get it.
I would have maybe went for the Jaeger or the Wamai myself, but I can understand as to where they didn't want them to hold any extra, to be able to hold any extra, you know, like side angles and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. It is an interesting approach, nonetheless, and obviously Wildcard does get rid of that Hibana as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Right now, the only option for hard breaching at a distance is that ace, so
Explosive ordnance out and primed.
gonna be an interesting approach here for A7.
Full reinforced.
And it looks like we are going to be seeing the Capitao and the Grim come out from them, unless something changes, but
Toward the floor.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. They know that they need to keep their foot on the gas. They've done it once already, and that's beat Wildcard while they're on the defense. They just need to do it 3 more times in a row.
Swamping.
not an easy task, but I
yeah.
mean, from what we're seeing right now, it's possible. It's doable.
They just don't have any more slip-ups to give, though, being that it is match point already for Wildcard Queens.
What I'm wondering about primarily here is Secret on this Vigil. Not an operator I see super often, personally, but a very good operator. Just completely able to make himself invisible from cameras.
I was going to say
the
I
peek
love
out!
where Paula is. And she waited till the door got opened, decided to run back out, was Spleech. Paula was sitting there waiting for that the entire time.
Spleech just says, okay. Let's start beef on Twitter.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the only appropriate response, honestly. Ooh, you spotted out the vigil. You at very least know roughly where he is now. That top floor lurk is going to be very difficult to dislodge. Still playing all the way up here. Now it's just a question of what's Arrival 7's plan for dealing with this. I'm going to drop down, just looking to get in. Get a little bit more sight onto this bomb site.
Allie got hurt by that nitro a little bit. Secret is above them as well.
Enough.
No idea. They have no idea.
They have no clue. Down goes mine. Goyo no longer in the picture. And they have general locations of basically everyone right now. But
Secret coming up big on the flank.
out of the shadows. Out of the
Gets one
shadows.
and rotates all the
takes
way back
wheel out of
around
the
to where
picture.
Shrimp has no idea now. She rotated back around so quickly.
20 seconds left in the round. You need to go in now if you're A7, but you've lost Shrimp on the approach.
Coming down.
It's a 2 versus 4. Plant's not going down quite yet.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. 1 versus 2, but it's not going to be enough. Wildcard Queens, they are able to take their map pick in a slightly closer manner than was initially expected. But end of the day, I think A7 looked pretty good there, even though it was heavily against them in terms of the map selection.
Yeah, I mean, you were climbing a basically unclimbable mountain by even letting them get Clubhouse in the first place. They take you to Clubhouse after beating you on your own map 7-2. I am surprised that they made it 7-3, but I knew that Wildcard Queens were going to be able to get the job done. I had basically the utmost confidence in them. Nothing at all against this A7 women's team. A few different tweaks may need to be made going forward, but as of now, I do think that they can be pretty prominent in the future. As of now, though, Wildcard Queens nowhere left to go but up. I believe this was a pretty important match to determine the fate of the rest of the playoffs. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We are once again going to be going to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have another best of 3 series for you. Welcome back, everybody. It's Strike X and Kitten Queens for our second best of 3 of the day. It's me. It's Ace. We're back. How you feeling? You need to unmute in VMix, my friend.
Yep, I forgot that I was muted in VMix. Sorry. Had a busy night last night, casting some summer league shenanigans over there with my boys at CR6, and now we're back at it again. We've got another best of 3 here today. It will be Strike X and Kitten Queens. Kitten Queens being the exact same prominent roster that I'm pretty sure I have seen a lot of in the past. Of course, I know quite a few names on the Strike X roster as well. I mean, we've all been around the board. You know, basically when a new women's league pops up, a lot of these same names you're going to see, and that's the reason being because a lot of these players are just so prominent. I mean, you can't keep them out. So, I mean, looking at the rosters now, actually, I believe we will be hopping into Strike X's roster, I would assume. Yes, Strike X's roster. So, Shifty being the main one here at the top, Yuli as well, and Bloppy, main players. Bloppy being Polish, Yuli being French. You've got Shifty as well, a very, very prominent player within this league and within just Women's Siege in general. Not necessarily sure on Foe. Haven't really seen too much of Foe or Rivid. And even if Luna does end up playing, I'm not necessarily sure if I've seen very much of them. So this would be the team that I know the least about, so to speak. But I've seen a lot of Yuli and Bloppy. I believe they were on the same team back in the back. And now here we are. Shifty as well was a super prominent member of one of the teams that had Mari and Shrimp on them in the past as well. So, I mean, this is an important enough team to where they might actually be able to get the job done.
Shout out to Rivid, by the way, the Melee player on the team. Melee is sick. We love Super Smash Brothers Melee in this house. Listen, I come from
Clubhouse
Smash. I gotta point it out when I
I'll
see
agree.
it. But yeah, Clubhouse being the worst map is very interesting. Consulate being the best. I feel like I see a lot of teams banning out Consulate in
very odd
recent months, and
it's not what you're used to seeing.
Yeah, definitely not what I'm used to seeing. But Kitten Queens, the other team we see here, another team where Border is one of the better maps that they got on deck here.
Yeah, I'll 100% agree. Border is 1,000% Kitten Queens' best map. This is the exact same team that I know and love. This is Turler. This is Cato. This is Kelpcat. This is Kierlin. This is Nat. This is I don't see Melly though, which is interesting. Melly used to be one of the main players on this team, but instead I now see Adriella and I see Annika. These are also 2 other players who I don't believe were on this team. Adriella definitely was. But Natalie is, I believe, the one who might actually be in place of Melly. Basket Case, of course, as she once was. Kelpcat, Cato, Kierlin, and Turler, though, the main 4, I would say. And then I have seen a lot of Adriella and Natalie in the past. Border is 115% their best map, hands down. Consulate being their worst is interesting, though, because Consulate could end up being one of the maps that we end up being able to show you here as we roll right on into the map bans. Maybe it got banned out, maybe it didn't. I'm not 100% sure. Border Consulate did get banned out. Okay, so the first ban that Kitten Queens did was a very, very important one because Strike X very prominent on Consulate. Consulate being the first map being taken out by Kitten Queens. It's exactly what you expected if that was their worst map. Night Haven Labs and Cafe go out, as well as Lair and Skyscraper. I'm surprised to see Lair made it that far. Bank and Chalet. So we will be seeing Bank at least once today. Strike X's map pick being Bank. Chalet, I love it to death. Chalet is a map that Kitten Queens, just like Clubhouse is for Wildcard, Chalet is a map that Kitten Queens are going to be the hardest to beat on. You see Kitten Queens on Chalet, think the exact same thing of Wildcard Queens on Clubhouse. That is going to be a very pivotal map. And speaking of Clubhouse, if we do end up having to go that far, that will be our decider for this match.
For sure. I would like to point out something. Last week, when I got the chance to cast Kitten Queens in a best of 1 against Wildcard Queens, they won on Border 7-5. They beat Wildcard Queens on that map. It was it was some beautiful siege. It was a 5-7 game. It went a very, very long way. Almost was an overtime game, but in the end, Kitten Queens did come out on top. And we saw how good Wildcard Queens was just now. This is a team that's capable of taking it to them. So I am very excited to see them play again this week.
And now you'll be getting your opportunity.
Indeed. Into the ban phase we go, and right off the bat, no Hibana and no Kaid. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Hibana's the main one, I'd say. You wanted to make sure that you took Hibana out quick, fast, in a hurry. You don't want Hibana to be played at all on bank whatsoever. Blackbeard and Mira. Mira would be another one, I would say, that would go hand in hand with the Hibana ban on bank specifically.
Indeed. And it makes a lot of sense. I was actually just watching a video the other day. I believe it was from Fett, the former Beast Coast coach. Yeah. Who was talking about a specific hold on second floor CEO executive, where a team banned Hibana and Ace so that they could hold the entirety of the hallway up on the second floor. The one that the Echoes just run into, Adriella. Because that wall that they're reinforcing right there, you can only breach that if you have a Hibana or an Ace. Right?
Yep.
But because it's an Ace in this round, that hallway can still be opened up. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
I do want to interject really quickly. I apologize. I didn't realize this due to the standings and the bracket being messed up. And we didn't get a chance to see it or talk about it. But shout out to Impala, actually, at Impala on Twitter, on X. She posted her victory, screenshots, and it says that they play in the finals of Project Luna tomorrow. I didn't know that it was to go to the finals for the winner, so I do apologize for not bringing a little extra enthusiasm. But once again, shout out to Wildcard Queens, and congratulations on winning that BO3 that we just saw between them and Arrival 7 Women's to go to the grand finals tomorrow. Well, that might be tomorrow, I think. At some point, either way.
Slow round so far. Not a whole lot of action coming out, but I mean, we're seeing a fairly standard hold here on the second floor. Not a whole lot to write home about as it stands, but as of now, Loppy just trying to put pressure through the windows that go directly into the office. A little bit of pressure out here as well. This Brava pick, not one I see super often, but
with the cameras as well.
A welcome addition. Big Brava fan, personally.
Oof.
Losing out on the IQ. Oh no, oh no! Kitten Queens finding the first couple of openers here on the defense. It's looking very, very good for them so far. Just a whole lot of...
Oof.
Oh, shut down from the room you've been watching for the last minute is just... That's unfortunate. You really do hate to see it.
You wouldn't have expected Strike X's attack to be snuffed out so easily, but I will say this is their map pick as well, so starting on attack could just mean that it's just going to get easier and easier from here on out, especially when the sides swap to defense. Strike X definitely could have something up their sleeve, but at the same time, we could be seeing what we just saw with Wildcard Queens in the way that they won their opponent's map a little bit easier than they won their own map, actually.
Yeah, very solid shots there the whole time from Kitten Queens. And they are somewhat dominantly going to be taking that first round. I mean, ending with 4 players alive is extremely, extremely good. And now we're going down to the basement for the second round of defense here. And this composition makes a whole lot of sense for basement as well. I mean, the smoke in particular is just so good here. Is that a 0? Please stay on 0.
That is indeed a 0. Yep. You never know if they're actually going to or not, but one of the defender picks that I really think we should have seen, but instead they went for a little bit more of a conservative route with the Echo. I would have really liked to see a Goyo here. I feel like Goyo comes in big on this bottom floor site on Bank specifically, especially in that choke point right there from going from a blue server to A.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Goyo makes a lot of sense because this site has historically been one where stall is so extremely important.
Yep.
The attacking squad being able to get down a plant in, like, just through blue is very, very, very powerful. But that's why you have the smoke, right? That stall is going to be a very impactful amount of utility that you have, and there's a reason that this wall is consistently opened on this site, so interesting stuff.
Well, that's the difference between bringing Goyo and going a little bit more lockdown heavy versus being a little bit more on the conservative side and bringing the Jaeger, bringing the Echo, bringing the Smoke, bringing the Maestro, and bringing the Fenrir. This is a very conservative backup style. You know, I'm just going to make sure that they can't plant without having to kill them. I love the smiley face by Nat there.
I'm a big fan.
But yeah, I mean, you go really in and really heavy when you bring someone like Goyo, but instead they decided to back off and let their 2 drone users stall time just as much as Nat might if she can stay alive here on the smoke.
Fairly standard operator selection here with the Monty as well, just being able to pressure on these stairs. Just walk him down. The smoke does force you back away, but doesn't end up doing any damage. And that's just a smoke canister that you can't use to deny a plant later, so you're kind of happy with that if you're Strike X.
No more charges either in the back pocket.
Another one?
Foe. Blue hatch is going to have to stay closed for now. I'm not the biggest fan of Nat I'm not the biggest fan of Nat using all of her smokes right here and right now, but maybe it was the stall that was needed. Going huge could be Riv, but Yuli is still down above you.
Shift A goes down. Not going to have those thermite charges to work with anymore. And the Osa is down. Could still be picked up if anyone manages to make it up there. Oh, but that's a very aggressive push with the pistol. Riv able to get that trade back, and eventually the Osa does get picked up. But it's going to be a very difficult plant at this point. They still have the
very
Echo
lucky
to
that
deny. They
Loppy
still
could
have
pick her up.
a whole lot of players to go in with this.
Oh!
Bloppy goes down!
A quad from Riv!
Insane. A quad on the Monty? And the shield's gonna protect
I don't know how Ellie isn't hitting Riv. Wow, how is she not hitting her? I guess she must have been hitting the tip of her shield on the back of her head. Whoa, that was perfect.
But this is a very, very difficult post-plant situation to be in right now. You have to get through the Monty, his shield, you gotta get through the rest of his HP, and then there's an Osa off-site behind that barricade. You can't shoot
get
through
the ace.
You don't have an impact to get rid of it anymore either. It would be really funny. Riv, the Monty Ace. The Monty Ace. Please. Oh, it's not
I think they're just gonna stall time. Riv! Monty Ace!
Monty Ace!
What?
The Montaigne Ace in Big 2025! What is happening? Strike X takes the round off of of a Montaigne ace.
Unbelievable. I mean,
What?
you couldn't make it up if you tried.
Unreal. Unreal. That is maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's
We're
absolutely
going right
insane.
back to lockers. Right back to basement. Oh my. I'm going to be
Wow.
thinking about that for the rest of the day.
Yep, recalling that is going to be so crazy to think about.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Insane.
by attackers.
Just take a breath.
Slightly different approach. You need a minute. I get it. I understand.
We're
Slightly
just
different
taking
approach
deep breaths
for
here.
Kitten Queens here. Kitten Queens, this time around, as you were pointing out last time, they were not playing that Goyo, only the smoke in terms of like plant denial and stall. But this time, Goyo does come out. It is active and on the field. But fairly similar stuff going for the rest of the composition. Outside of Turler, on this Oryx, not an operator you see a ton, but the ability to jump up to those, to the next floor through empty hatches, through open hatches, I should say, is a very powerful rotational ability, able to lurk very effectively. So I'm very excited to see what this character can do. And already, they're so far away from the site.
Well, they went all in to try to be the counterplay to Riv on the Montaigne, but whenever the Oryx was found out, they instantly knew they had to shift at least a little bit in their process and in their strategy. They put Riv on the Dokebi, which is just the most basic of operators. I mean, I don't blame him at all. It brings a lot of extra utility. But Turler obviously had to be stuck on Oryx from that point on. Just they did that to scare Riv off the Montaigne, to keep the Montaigne off the board, and just like that, you go from getting an ace to being the first kill. Turler gets her second of the matchup. That's exactly how it is sometimes.
That's how it goes. You hate to see
Nat's
it, but
whiff is another kill for Turler. Wow.
Beautiful. And that means no more Osa
Oh.
either, and that operator proved to be a pretty big problem in the previous round, so Kitten Queens already off to a much better defensive start, thanks in part to that very, very good lurk from Turler, but either way, losing out on a couple players here is not optimal. You've obviously lost out on the Echo, no way to utilize those drones anymore. Now, but, I mean, for the attack with Strike X, it's still only down to a Twitch and a Thermite right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot you can do. And you do have hatch control up top. It's just a matter of getting in onto the site, which is not easy.
It's going to be tough, but as the smoke grenades come out, Shifty just needs an avenue to be able to walk down. You've got Bloppy, who now knows with only 40 seconds you've got to rotate back around. Shifty is not going to be able to get the job done from where she just was in open area. You got to be careful of Foa coming back around here. Shifty has now rotated back around, and now it's going to be Shifty versus Foa with 20 seconds left, most likely. She knows she's here. But actually, Foa rotated back down around. So she was here, but now she's not.
Ooh, they're aware of the location of this Twitch, and with Shifty going down, yeah, there's no chance in the round. Tactical crouch coming out there. It's, yeah, beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Kitten Queens taking their second defensive round. Another ban here.
I don't really know what you would get rid of if you are Strike X. Echo is a good one. I feel like Echo
okay.
wasn't getting too much extra play, but of course you want to take the Montaigne out off the board if
Of
you're King
course.
Queens. I mean, there's
Of
no way
course.
you wouldn't after what we just
I
witnessed.
mean, I still can't believe what we just witnessed. Like,
It's insane to think about.
it's wild. absolutely wild. And we are going back to the second floor, executive CEO.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Kitten Queens have kind of looked like the better team so far. StrikeX did get a pretty good and decisive attacking victory right there, but I'm expecting a 4-2
Attackers have
split
located a bomb.
for Kitten Queens. We'll have to see as time progresses, obviously, but they have shown a lot of prowess and prominence on this defense so far.
Yeah, for sure. Shift Day is hovering the collie. I don't hate that.
She might do it.
If I'm being entirely honest. I mean, I've personally seen in some games that I've played here and there, I've seen Glaz work rather well on these super long sight lines from the outside of the bank on the front side of the window, that's kind of why I like to play Castle here on this site. I very much appreciate being able to put those barricades up on the those windows on the like curved balcony, just to cut off the sight lines of any sniper that could prove particularly annoying. So,
well, that's why they put Turler on it. I mean, Castle is a very, very, very good pick for this site specifically. I mean, at the same time, though, Shifty's ability, not a lot of people know exactly what Callie's ability is. It is that LV Lance launcher that can burrow into castle barricades and pop them off just like an Ash charge.
very
Same
true.
could go with the Kiba barricades if she was close enough to it.
Oh, the timing on that. Beautiful stuff from Strike X to take the Azami out of the picture very early in the round. Now it's just a matter of finding these sight lines into the site and just cutting people off. But oh no! An early shutdown. The collie may not even be necessary. It's now a 5 versus 2. And you know where one of them is because of Deimos.
Oh!
Okay, Deimos does eventually get taken down out of the picture. Adriella hitting a very nice shot.
Turler gets
But
another
so does
one.
Turler. 3 versus 2. Suddenly this looks a lot better for the side of Kitten Queens.
Oh,
Castle playing a
Turler
very
was just
aggressive
getting
spot, but
cornered,
eventually does
though.
get shut down. Adriella, 1 versus 2. If you can get rid of this Duckabee, then
She's
it's
good for it.
just
She's
the
good
one
for it,
player
but no Riv!
Riv. Beautiful shot there. SMG in
SMG
hand.
11.
She's
or
definitely
SMG 12
good for
versus
it.
SMG 12.
I mean, she's definitely good for it. We've seen it before, but like in that instance, Riv just hits the shot. Beautiful stuff there. The collie does not even end up being necessary, but we see it hovered again as they kind of seem to be predicting Kitten Queens to go back to the second floor, which is what is happening here.
We just need to see more out of them, I would say, in all honesty. We need to see more out of Kitten Queens, you know, protecting the lead. If you have it, make sure to continue to protect it. We didn't really see it too much right then. StrikeX literally just struck. Perfect timing there. But Kitten Queens have had the lead in the past, and they have held it well enough, the personal lead throughout the round. They just need to continue with that, I'd say. Make sure you get the first pick, because if you can get the first pick, Kitten Queens, they can't really be stopped.
And this is a very interesting composition that they've opted for in this round here. They have a Vigil and a Doc. And a Legion. Like, the Legion makes a little bit more sense to me than these other two, but, I mean, this feels very Rome heavy right now. Unfortunately, you are still playing against a Deimos, who can kind of just tell his entire team where one particular player is. So, roaming becomes difficult.
Bloppy is on such a good angle here, but no one is down there waiting for you.
like this hold of the storage room with only the one barricade between there and the site.
Delma, get ready for the breach.
I don't often see that, and I think it's very solid stuff coming out from them. We are seeing that ace that I mentioned near the beginning of the map, by the way, breaching that wall that you, again, cannot breach unless you have an ace or an Abana. So, that hallway is about to become significantly more difficult for Kitten Queens to hold
Adri.
with these two, with this very, very heavy composition. So,
Ooh, Adri, you have to be so careful with the boss G! You hurt Bloppy enough, but it didn't matter. Adri gets taken down early, and now Strike X have the lead again.
Reload!
yup. Man advantage, but no longer. As the trade does come out, no more IQ. Deimos this time is going to be tracking the Azami, only very briefly, just to get an idea of where she is. But this ace on this long sightline through the hallway is just so oppressive. There's there's such a small amount of space for Kitten Queens to play with, but Afoa is able to get that pick very, very quickly. That goo mine out of your ankle. And it's just a matter of finding another pick here.
Oh, Nat.
Or Strike X, which they do. Natalini goes down. Riv has been on fire in this map so far. And that is continuing.
Ooh.
At least until I had to
took her
say
out.
something positive about him. We call that
Foa
a
has been
catch a
sitting
curse.
on... Foa has been sitting on such an impressive angle. I wouldn't have expected it to be so prominent. Turler takes Foa out,
Turler.
and now it's up to Shift Day.
Shift Day 1v3.
Foa again.
Goo mine. Goo mine in your
But
shin.
it's Turler.
And you don't have time to take it out, so you're just going to keep taking damage, and Turler will be the one to close it out. Kitten
It's
Queens
safe to
once
say
again
they
taking
figured
the
out
lead
their
here.
attack. It's safe to say they figured out their attack to an extent.
Yeah.
Last time they were up there, they got figured out fast. Just one domino fell, and then the rest were to follow. But at this point in time, they knew that it was time to sit back, regroup, and figure it out because they knew they were confident enough to be able to win that top floor. They just knew that they needed one more time, one more shot at it, and that's all it took. Now we're going back downstairs. Now they might even be thinking the same thing here. If they win one more, it's a 4-2 split. That's what you're obviously going for. But can you do it on a site that you have been known to lose once already?
Well, I mean, the last time they lost it, it was because of a Montaigne ace.
Yeah,
So,
that's very true. No Montaigne this time.
No Montaigne this time. Oh, it looks like we have a player disconnect. That's a little bit unfortunate there.
Well,
so.
sometimes I mean, CJX definitely isn't the most well put
Ooh.
together game of all time, so to speak. So yeah, we believe we might be going into a quick technical pause with the match
pause.
specifically, though. 3-2 is the current stat line. We're looking for possibly a 4-2 split. But yeah, I mean, as of now, it has been a pretty good match, I will say. Strike X have impressed me in more ways than one so far.
Oh yes, and it's not like they only had their one round win off of a very strange and unusual round where a Montaigne got an ace. No, they have 2 round wins at this point. They are playing really damn good Siege so far against a team who is very, very good at this game. I mean, like I said earlier, Kitten Queens literally beat Wildcard Queens in their best of 1 last week. So this is a very, very capable team.
I mean, Kitten Queens, Wildcard Queens, and the team that is mixed up of a composition of Strike X and Arrival 7 that is now obviously no longer together. They were the top 3 teams within the women's scene. They were the teams to beat, so to speak. Kitten Queens, basically, it seems as though they don't have Melee anymore. Melee was a big benefactor, one of their main fraggers, one of their main entries. Of course, Melee not being there anymore has not stopped them or slowed them down any. Adri, Nat, Caddo, Kelp Cat, all 4 of those girls. You put whoever you want beside them. Turler was a great addition, pickup, thought about it. And here we are now. I mean, Kitten Queens have not lost a singular step, just as much as Wildcard Queens hadn't. And you would have thought, okay, well, a Rival 7 female was going to put up a little bit more of a fight against Wildcard Queens. Wildcard Queens are just too good. The same thing could be said right now of Strike X, but I feel like Strike X is a little bit more of a well put together team than a Rival 7 female was. I'm not saying that a Rival 7 female are never, going to go anywhere ever again, but yeah, I mean, I feel as though this is definitely a little bit better of a team composition, so to speak, from the Strike X female roster, and that might be why they're hanging in there a little bit better.
I mean, they're doing pretty decently well so far. Strike X, obviously able to take a couple of rounds here, and it's looked real good for them. Unfortunately, you just have to point out this is their map pick, and they are still losing right now.
It is.
If
They are still
if
losing.
they can make this look a little bit better by the end of the half, then I think that we can feel a little bit better about them going into the rest of the series. But if this split ends up 4-2 in the favor of Kitten Queens, I think we might have to start worrying just a little bit, unless their defense just is stellar.
It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be because, I mean, Kitten Queen, at the same time, Kitten Queens are really good on their attack. I'm not going to say they're the best in the world as much as I was hyping up Wildcard Queens when they were on the defense. Kitten Queens are still just as good on their attack as they are on their defense. So this being Strike X's map, this, especially when the defensive side comes in within one more round from now, this is where you're really going to have to shift, wink wink, into a higher gear.
Yeah. Gonna be an interesting match going forward here, for sure. I believe we are still having trouble getting them
Quick
back
pause.
into
It's
the
okay.
game. No, never mind. It looks like the game is ready at this point. Shout out to production for getting this one figured out very quickly. Yep, we're going right back into it.
Ready to roll.
2-3.
Montaigne and Echo were the most recent bans we had right here before we hopped into that last round, and here we are again. One more round left before the side swap. Looking like a Kitten Queens 4-2 split, but I will say Strike X did just win their last one, so could make it 3-3 going into the split. You never really know.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Very possible either way. I mean, do keep in mind, everybody watching at home, that the lobby did have to be remade, so all of the stats are going to be reset to 0 across the board, unfortunately. I'm sure we can do math, go back, get a screenshot of how everybody was doing, and then add it all up at the very end of it. But either way, a little bit of time for everybody to reset and think about this. Oh,
Another one.
No.
Oh, no.
Not again. You hate to see it.
You do. You absolutely do. This definitely isn't the
Back to us
greatest
once
game
again.
in the history of games. This has happened before in the past. Yeah, sadly enough, we are being put on the spot to have to rehost again. I don't know if it's an internet issue, but either way, yeah.
It's possible. It's
Tech
very
issues are
possible.
tech
Either
issues,
way,
and
it
they
does
will
sound-
happen in this game.
Yeah, tech issues. They'll happen to the best of us. They'll happen to the worst of us. So it is unfortunate, but we will be going to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, hopefully no more issues. We're back. It took a little bit, but we should be good now. At last. We needed to rehost again, but game should be ready now, so we should be able to head back into it once again. I am Gedster. I am joined by Ace. It's lit. I pointed the wrong way.
It's completely okay.
That way.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
here I am. Yeah, we are coming back from a lengthy tech pause. We're actually going to go ahead and hop you right back into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to look at us any longer. We are ready to roll right back into the game right now, I believe, or at least we will be in just a second. Yes, here we go.
Hey!
Yeah, there we go. Keep in mind, my dear caster, I can hear you twice. I believe that is a Discord thing that you might need to turn off.
Excellent. Thank you for reminding me that I had not yet muted
you,
myself in Discord.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Happens to the best of us.
Bans did not go through, so
Interesting.
either we play this out on Honor System or we rehost again.
Yeah, we're honoring it, baby. We're honoring it.
Woo!
Tate, Ivana, Mira, Blackbeard, Echo, Monty. Yep.
Indeed.
Roll with it. Lucy.
Roll with it.
Love Lucy.
Shout out Lucy,
I mean,
Lucy.
an honest mistake. It's okay, though. Honor System says we'll just make sure from now on, at least on this map, that we don't play any of those operators. So it's okay. We believe in
I
it.
strongly agree that we should just do Honor System and not rehost for a third time, personally.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, too, yeah.
I think
much
if we
as I love
rehost
this
it again, I
league.
might start crying.
I'm a real busy man, and by busy I mean you remember how I talked about my bed earlier? Yeah, I did not get very much sleep last
True.
night.
Hey, I get you. I understand. Early,
Matt is
very
holding on for dear
aggressive
life.
push.
She might be able to get it. I don't know. No,
Ooh.
they're not gonna peek her.
Ooh.
That's understandable.
No, sure, yeah. I mean, if they know you're down here, then they're not gonna be aggressive on that one. Either way, there are other angles of attack
Facing drone.
outside of that one slight area. Through blue, through the sewers. Why is that tunnel there? Who was trying to rob this bank?
I'm not sure, but that is a nice drone tunnel, so to speak, for Bloppy to get her Twitch drone in through. Might be able to get a little bit of extra Goyo canisters popped, if anything.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Twitch is just so valuable when there's characters like the Goyo on the other team. Arguably the Maluzi as well, but it's going to be a little harder to dislodge those. But not a whole lot else for the Twitch drones to really be looking for here. Just those canisters for the Goyo, because, I mean, as mentioned earlier, the Goyo is just one of those characters who's so good at stalling out plants on this particular bomb site. So taking control of that particular hatch, and they can pretty safely assume that this sewer entrance is no longer contested by that smoke. Haven't seen the ping for him there in a little while, but eventually Bloppy is going to be the first to fall. Adriella on the lurk is going to find that first pick. He knows that this gridlock is nearby, able to find that pick as well. Beautiful stuff from Adriella so far. Impact to open up the wall. Nearly catches out a third player. Not quite going to happen, though.
Oh,
but
Adrian
there's
got caught with her
Shift
head
Day up
down.
the stairs. So that lurk is no longer in the picture, but you're still in a 3 versus 4 scenario. The job has been done by the Vigil. Now Strike X is in a very, very difficult position. "17 seconds left in the round, too. They've got to... I mean, if they want anything to happen here, they've got to go so fast. They're trying to get a plant down super aggressively here.
Smokes. They
Any,
only had
any
5
denial
seconds
on the
left coming
plant?
into it.
No!
Nope, they couldn't.
They couldn't deny the plant, but they could get the kills anyways. Fuh, up on the top floor. They know exactly where she is, and with 30 seconds left, the recruit falls. And kittenkweens, they're going to take the 4th round here in the first half.
4-2 split now. Band's cleared now anyway, luckily.
Yep. No chance of those bans mattering. I mean, if we go to overtime, they will. But either way, I'm not loving their chances at making it to overtime right now. Strike X only at 2 rounds. They, like I said earlier, they need a lights out defense. And Habana is going to be their first ban.
Hibana and Mira, these are typical bans, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Next up, we've got Deimos and Clash. I like the Deimos ban. I mean, that was definitely something we saw Strike X using in a couple of those early rounds. Not something we saw later on, but I mean, his ability to just lock down any player he wants at any given part of the map is just so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
But the
very true.
Clash ban is what interests me. I don't know. We haven't seen a whole lot of Clash in recent patches, whether it be
Well, I mean,
Attackers
at
need to
top
locate
A
and
or
defuse
anything
as
like
many
that.
bombs as they can.
I mean, Clash did recently get the rework. Now she can be banned. She wasn't able to be banned in ranked, but she could have been banned here the entire time. And with the big Clash rework that recently just came out, I mean, it's no surprise at all to see her banned a lot more nowadays than she used to be, just due to the amount of versatility she can bring on really any site, on any map, to be honest.
Do you want me to be entirely honest with you, my friend?
You don't know what the
forgot.
Clash rework is.
Well, yeah, I forgot that she got reworked, and I don't know what it is.
Well, she can now sprint with her shield, and she can deploy her shield like a big, long, vertical OSA shield that she can
Oh my.
remotely electrify. Yep. She can turn the electricity on via a remote if it is not in her hand. So, yeah, it is very oppressive, to say the least. I'm surprised we hadn't seen any play out of her. But she got banned because kittenkweens, being the attacking team that they are, they did not want to have to deal with just the possibility of Clash being on the board. Now, one thing I can say before I throw it back to you is one of the most prominent Scopos players you will ever see, and this is coming from past experience, is Bloppy. So now that Strike X are on the defense, watch out. They didn't take Scopos off the board, and it could end up being a big detriment because of how good Bloppy is on Scopos.
Interesting. I'm keen to see this because I am not 100% familiar with Scopos' game, you know? This is a character that's kind of new to me, so We'll see how it goes. Does get shut down very early in this round, unfortunately. So we won't be able to see that prowess come to light quite yet. But, I mean, StrikeX already in a really bad spot right now. Losing out on that Scopos. That Goyo has taken so much damage. Riv, not in a good spot at all. But kittenkweens, they're feeling very good right now.
Oh,
and another
what
shutdown
shot
onto
from
Ship
Ellie.
Day. It's beautiful shots all around from
Reloading on
kittenkweens.
ammo.
StrikeX are being given no room to breathe whatsoever. It is a 2 versus 5.
It's up to you,
And they're
Liam.
just being choked out right now. I mean, this Dokkaebi is just going to help them lock down the exact locations of everyone remaining on StrikeX.
Oh,
It's just the smoke, and he falls, and now it's down to a Kaid in a 1v5. That first swing not going to be enough to take him out of the picture, but Dueling does hit a pretty great shot, but it's not going to be enough. She cannot do it against the rest of kittenkweens. 2-5 now.
one more, and StrikeX's backs will effectively be against the wall in the absolute worst way. Considering we will be going into Clubhouse at that point, I feel as though this is starting to look more and more like the match that we just saw, Rival 7 female versus Wildcard Queens. Wildcard Queens' map was the second map, and it was their most prominent map. And here we are again with the second map being the most prominent map for the on-paper better team. And now they're just proving it by being up 5-2. They might even take it. Say they take it 7-2. That would be something along the lines of what we would see when they get on to Chalet.
I mean, it's another instance of the higher seeded team performing very, very well on the map that the opponent's team picked. This just kind of happens sometimes, and sometimes if you're a team like StrikeX in this situation, like A7F in the previous match, it becomes difficult to like figure out what exactly to do, what your plan needs to be. But I mean, it's in these moments where you have to dig deep, because if you can't put up more than 2 rounds on your own map pick, it becomes so much more difficult to do really anything about it on map number 2.
Sadly enough, it's looking more and more dire and dim for StrikeX, and I'll give the dear viewers who might not have been able to follow me, along with my esteemed co-caster on this journey, the first match that I ever casted ever, period. All the way back in September of last year.
Dang.
kittenkweens used to go by the name of Big Girls. It was Big Girls versus a all-French team on Chalet. And it went max OT. It was a best of 1. It was 8-7 for the French team.
Ooh.
So this is not uncharted territory at all to see kittenkweens on Chalet. It will be coming up shortly. Of course, we have to get through the rest of this one as of now. Quick trades on the top floor, and Riv comes out on top of this one, not without Bloppy falling first. Adri and Turler are off the board for kittenkweens. Still not done yet. Our StrikeX FOA makes sure that Yuli will have to be watching the Valk cams from here on out. It's 3-3. You can't count them out yet, but kittenkweens seem to continuously have the answer for whatever StrikeX puts in front of them.
It's absolutely massive stuff so far, and it's down to a 3 versus 3. It's a very difficult approach right now for kittenkweens. There's a lot of intel on the side of StrikeX. What with the bulletproof camera, the Valkyrie cameras, the evil eyes. There's just a whole lot of space you need to be able to clear. And it is Not easy to get in on this. And, I mean, we have to talk a little bit about Riv. Been such a high-impact player throughout this whole series. Obviously, that Monty ace early is a very strange round, but this lurk on the dock on the top floor has been phenomenal, finding, I believe, all 3 kills this round for Strike X. Maybe only 2 of them, but, like, either way, a lot of picks coming out from this dock right now. We're down below the 30-second mark, and Shifte gonna find Elia. And now, Voa, 1v3.
Oh,
Not
with the
going to
bailiff.
happen. Riv with 4 kills in the round. The bailiff.
Ending it off with the bailiff as well is insane. It's 5-3 now, Strike X. They're just trying to continue to claw their way back into this one. They don't have their backs up against the walls yet, but the very next round that they do end up losing, unless they take it to OT, will be what puts them against the wall. How they will perform under that pressure is yet to be seen because we're not there yet. Obviously, the stat line is 5-3. Kittenkweens do still need to get one more on their attack, and they haven't looked as prominent on their attack as they were on their defense usually.
Attackers need to locate.
Oh,
and
definitely
defuse
not.
bombs.
Strike X is going back to the basement. And this time around, we're seeing Riv not on one of these common lurk characters, instead on the smoke. Makes a lot of sense considering how stall heavy this is. I keep saying it. I keep saying that exact same thing about this site. That's just because it's so prominent of a strategy. We see the Goyo
It's
here.
usually
We
what you
see the
see.
smoke here. Yeah. It's important stuff. You got to be able to hold it here. And I mean, this hatch control is going to be super important for the side of Strike X, which is why we see the Kaid here, which is why Kittenkweens are reacting with the Thatcher.
My magnet will protect us.
Is anyone playing in the upper floors right now for Strike X?
I was just about to say
think
that.
Shift
It,
A.
it seems as though Shift might be the only one. Other than that, they're just letting them have free
'cause-
reign here.
Yeah, because Shift is like creeping up the stairs right now, but I don't think anybody else is up there. Yeah, they're all on the bottom floor right now. There's no top floor control whatsoever.
Wow. I mean, maybe they feel as though they don't need it with the hatches electrified off by Yuli.
Well, they're going
Not
to in
anymore,
just a
though.
moment because that's a Thatcher, my friend. Hard breach charge on that hatch as well, so they're now able to hold on to that one pretty effectively. And at this point, there's no Azami to deny sight lines from those hatches. There's very little they can do about these hatches just being taken out, other than just try to take disadvantageous duels, especially while this gridlock shuts down every possible angle of rotation between the two sites.
I'm reloading!
They're doing everything they know they need to do. They're getting the Goyos off the board early here. Still got a minute 20 left. That's 20 guaranteed seconds of fire. Get rid of as many of them as you can. Hopefully you can get a pick or two here soon. But as of now, you just have to be weary. I do like where Shift is. Sitting in server. May not have even been spotted out yet.
I mean, I think that Strike X just choosing to play every single player in the basement is kind of like kicking their ass a little bit right now. Like, zero lurk up top. Obviously, it was Riv previously, and you can't really do that as Smoke, but
Swapping.
I mean, surely you could have had somebody else playing Smoke, right? Like,
I mean, if it's a part of the strat, then you just kind of have to... you know, adapt, so to speak.
I suppose so, but not a whole lot of space left for them to work with here. Kittenkweens, 23 seconds. They have to execute now, but
Ooh.
Shift A with a solid shutdown
Oh,
there
man.
onto Turler. That position no longer able to be held, but with 13 seconds left, they got to get in and they got to get this diffuser down. Eli,
Oh!
with that there! Oh, the
Adri!
Adriella! Gonna find 2 picks on the
A
flank.
double nitro!
And the diffuser doesn't even need to go down. A beautiful execute in the last 20 seconds. Gets shut down by StrikeX. Thanks in part to a double nitro. And now we're sitting at 4-5. I mean, I was criticizing them not having anybody on the second floor early on, and they made it work.
They did. Honestly,
If I'm being entirely honest, for a moment, I thought Kitten Queens had won that round. I really thought for
it
a
looked
moment
as though it was going to
that
happen,
the pinch
yeah.
was enough.
I will agree with that because, I mean, there were a lot of factors going into that one, and now it's 5-4. I mean, Kitten Queens, you cannot fall asleep at the wheel here. You have to keep going. You have to just put your foot back on the gas and just keep it going. You haven't been the past 2 rounds. You got knocked down a little bit. You can't let this continue to happen, I'd say. You really can't.
We have a bandit.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I see that.
Interesting stuff. I am not 100% sure how I feel about that one, but either way, I mean, we are seeing those batteries used on the barricades at the end of the hallway, so it's going to be, I mean, damn near impossible to get rid of those unless you send the Flores drone up to destroy those batteries, then use the ace to open up that sightline. But I mean, do you really want to expend all of those resources just to get rid of those 2 walls? I mean, it's very possible the Kitten Queens deem that worth it. So this is a very pivotal round for Kitten Queens. If they can manage to win this attacking round, then they are looking pretty decent. But if this goes 5-5, I mean, right now I would dare say it's anybody's game. If StrikeX managed to win this round, successfully defend, I would dare argue that they are suddenly in an advantageous position.
I'll agree with that. They need to make it count here, though. Yuli gets hurt. Turler just shooting through walls and opening up barricades. Doesn't mean the end of the world because Turler isn't out of it yet. I mean, Yuli isn't out of it yet. Obviously, Turler isn't either. Bloppy got hurt as well now. Brava had hacked the Aruni gate as well, so Bloppy had to take even more damage running out through the Aruni gate.
I didn't even know that the Aruni gates could be hacked by Brava. That's kind of cool. Grenades in. Bloppy goes down. That's a really, really solid first pick for Kitten Queens here. Turler's putting so much pressure in through these windows. It's just a matter of time before eventually that pressure either means that Kitten Queen slips and lose out on their lion early, or StrikeX slips and loses a player to a really unfortunate position. How did you get there?
How did Riv not know that Foa was there?
How did Riv not have any idea that Foa on the...
Then that's a good one. I did not expect. I don't know how she didn't. Wow, Turler with a double. Turler looking to get as active as she has been so far. I mean, was doing pretty well beforehand, and now Nat closes it out. Flawless round. One more until Kitten Queens are in their element and up a map.
I mean, that interaction in the lobby with the knock, not seeing Riv, Riv not
odd.
seeing
that
the
was
knock.
Very odd.
It was very strange. How did both of them end up in lobby, the most open area of the map, and neither of them realized the other was there?
The other was there, yeah. That is one of the more odd things that's happened so far. That was hilarious.
Ugh, you do love to see some not gameplay though. Not a character you see super often.
Not at all.
Defenders protect
Which
your
I do
bombs
find
being
interesting.
defused by attackers.
Like Vigil sees play on the defense side, but Knock not so much on the attack.
You don't see Caveira as much, so it's kind of the same thing, right?
That's true.
Device deployed.
Captain. Okay,
This
I'm with
is
it.
interesting enough to actually maybe get one or two of the kitten
Doorway
queens.
trapped. Stay clear of blast zone.
It's very possible. It would not shock me in the slightest. I do appreciate, by the way, that these traps are going on a lot of these upstairs entrances. By the way, we are not defending upstairs. By the way, everyone, Strike X are playing on this first floor hold here. This is an office hold, not executive, not CEO. We are on first floor. It looks like a lot of the entrance is gonna be through the basement and the first floor main entrance here. So maybe those Capcan traps just a wrong read, an incorrect guess as to where Kitten Queens would be coming from.
It's still interesting to see, though, like, if the strat calls for it, then that's what you're going to do. You're going to go based off what you know that you've scrimmed and what you've done in the past. I mean, anything is anything, in all honesty. I mean, I do like the setup. I don't really like Pulse's UMP for any specific reason, but he does have that Nitro.
Pulse
And look
and
at that,
Cap.
Maestro.
Is this year one siege? Pulse and
It kind of
Capcan?
feels like it, doesn't
Like,
it?
What's going
that
on
was
here?
an easy pick there from Nat onto Shift.
Yeah. We've also got an Ash in the lobby. This is year one siege. Oh my goodness.
That's what it feels like. Twitch.
4 versus 4. Oh, and Twitch, true.
Yep.
Goodness me. Blast from the past right now. Ignore the Kiba barriers and the Brava drones and the Ace and
Wow.
the Fenrir. But either way, Kitten Queens losing out on the next player here. It's looking a little bit worse for wear right now. 3 versus 3. Pho will also fall. So just down to over a minute.
Ooh!
Okay.
Riv, what a flick.
Okay. People
But
just
didn't
dying
realize
after
that
dropping
Pho
through
was
hatches.
down there. Yep. Pho, you have to be
Pho
so
and
much more
Andrea.
careful than you are being right now. Yep.
Puppy and Yuli.
Yuli
The
gets a
Pho is
double.
down. It's just the
Adri,
Ash left.
nope.
Is not going to be enough.
6-5. This has been so back and
Uh-oh.
forth. You still only need one more to Kitten Queens, but wow. I mean, Strike X need one more now to push it into OT.
This is a very, very close map, my friend Ace. It is coming down to the wire as it stands here. And it looks like Strike X are putting it all on a Tachanka basement stall strategy.
Tachanka,
With
Goyo, and
Tachanka,
Smoke.
Goyo, and Smoke. Oh my god.
And it may pay off.
Protect your bombs
You never know.
used by attackers.
I mean, the last time they went to basement, they won the round.
It's true.
But they had
The
the
setup
Fender
being
in
different
that
now, though.
round.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no Kaid. Obviously, Kaid was banned earlier by Kitten Queens, so not going to be an option at all. So I am very curious to see what the approach here ends up being for Kitten Queens. Because right now, I mean, that Striker could, but they don't have any like designated hard breach characters. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Striker does have the hard breach charges.
So does the Montaigne. Not Montaigne. So does the Grim and the
Oh, the
Capital both.
Capital.
So that's 6 in
Dude,
pocket.
I was looking in the gadget slot because I like saw it in the Striker gadget slot. It was like, oh yeah, gadget slot. No,
Yeah, that's it.
It's just how Striker works.
Nat getting extra usage out of hers first, though. It's good to keep Adries in the back pocket just in case something happens. Foa can maybe even run around and get a few of the other hatches. Main one is frozen right now from Bloppy.
Oh, it's frozen. I see.
Ellie trying to create recreate some Riv magic. Possibly. Blocking
Dude, Riv
the door
magic
while
would go so hard right now.
It would. Riv might still be able to do it on the smoke, of course. Gonna have to be one of the biggest time stallers besides, of course, the double fire that you have.
I mean, we've seen some crazy smoke plays over the years. The iconic Oregon play comes to mind. Whatever happened to Iconic? Bro just stopped playing in Pro League.
Yeah, he's just chilling being a Twitch streamer nowadays. Oh my lord, the nade kill and Foa getting one on the Bloppy. This has broken down fast for StrikeX.
Yeah, 2 players falling very, very quickly. And they're 2 players who are very important in terms of, like, keeping people off of the site. Well, my and your Tuberal God, obviously you still have players capable of stalling out the defuse, but it's going to be a whole lot harder to do that if you're being displaced by the full team of kittenkweens, who have not taken any damage so far, by the way.
Oh, well, there's your first set of
That's one out.
But you're going to win
there's
that
the
every
first
day
damage,
for Foa.
but
Yep.
Wins that anyway if you're Foa. Riv on the first pick, but not able to find a second. Down to Yuli in a 1 versus 4. Doesn't deny the plants, excuse me. It's 1, gets 2! Still has to get through the Monty, and that could be the hardest task of all. Takes damage from these gridlock spikes.
Oh,
Shuts
3!
Down Adriella on the Capital.
The plant's down though. You have to worry now, big time.
Yep.
Unless you get the kill.
Can you get this kill? Can you get this kill? Can you do it?
Just keep pushing her up, Ellie.
Push her away.
If you keep pushing her up, I think you might actually get it. You've only got 8 seconds left. Timer's ticking down. And Ellie secures it. No time left. Wow. Nothing left to do.
kittenkweens.
There was nothing left.
Managed to do it right in the final round of relegation, right before overtime would have been triggered. I mean, just gorgeous siege played from them. Gorgeous siege played on both sides of this server. Let's be entirely honest with ourselves.
Yes.
This was phenomenal from both of them. Like, you can't be upset with that if you're StrikeX. Obviously, you lose your map pick, and you're going to Chalet, so you're not feeling great. But, I mean, that half from them was really good. That defensive half was phenomenal. Like, I have no complaints, no notes.
Nothing at all. StrikeX literally, they did more than just come to play on that one. They were ready to win it, and they were at least ready to send it to OT right then. But the Monty, of course, had other plans. 7-5, though, being probably the best match that we have seen so far today. Best map, specifically, I would say that we've seen so far today. 7-5 was the end of that bank result. And now we're going to Chalet. We're going to kittenkweens' preferred map. This was their pick. I'm expecting a quick 7-1, 7-2. Anything is still possible. StrikeX proved that they are here to play at the very least today. But we'll have to see you on the other side of the break before we get into it.
Welcome back once again. It's me, Getster. It's him, Ace. And we're going to Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more else that can honestly be said from what we've seen so far. 7-5, that one felt like it drug out a little bit. It felt as though Strike X had a pretty good chance of coming back, and as we were on the verge of overtime, it ended up being pulled away by the Kitten Queens. And now we are going to their natural habitat, which is Chalet. This is the map that they are the most prominent on. It'll be the first time that I've seen Chalet and been able to call Chalet during Siege X's lifespan so far, but I do not think that it will have anything, any kind of impact on Kitten Queens. I believe they are going to come out hot on this one for sure. I do not believe we'll be seeing a map 3.
I mean, I wouldn't be so sure. Obviously, they have historically been very good on this map. But we saw some real good gameplay from Strike X on that last map. I would not at all be surprised if they managed to come out swinging, especially considering they didn't ban it. They had 2 opportunities to ban out Chalet before it got around, and they still floated it through. So maybe they have something special prepared. And I would absolutely love to see an upset happen here. Maybe we go to map 3. Maybe we don't. Who knows? All we can do is watch and see what happens.
There's absolutely nothing else that we have left to do. Taking you back just a little bit here, we just played Bank. It was 7-5 was the stat line, of course. Kitten Queens took that one, and now Kitten Queens will be starting on the attack, I believe, for Chalet, and it's the exact same reason why Wildcard Queens started attack on Clubhouse. You want to save where you're most prominent at, and that is the defense on your favorite map. You're looking to take a 4-2 split going into your defense. That way you can just kind of ride the waves, ride straight on through. I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see a 3-3 or even a 4-2 split for Strike X going into the defense of Kitten Queens. But when they finally do get on that defense, they're going to be ever so prominent on it. And if we, for some reason, do end up seeing a map 3, it will be our good old pal Clubhouse, if we do end up having to go that far.
Clubhouse, a map that I have casted more than any other in my time covering Rainbow Six. The competition is actually Chalet. The first time I ever casted this game, it was a best of 1 on Chalet. It was I don't remember who they were playing, but it was a broadcast that I did for Drexel University here in the States. So that was a few years ago. That was a long time ago.
We all get our start somewhere, don't we?
True. It was a long time ago. Oh, we're rehosting again. Woo! Yeah!
What is this game? I mean, it happens, right? It happens. Sometimes it happens like this. Sometimes it doesn't. We have been plagued with rehosts and technical issues and whatnot throughout the day today so far. So yeah, I mean, not much else can really be said considering me and Gedster here have been through a lot with you all today. we will have to wait just a little bit longer before we start our map 2.
Yeah, just a little bit longer. Hopefully not too much longer, though. I mean, who knows? Somebody could crash while we're booting up the map. Somebody could need another rehost. Who knows? I'm probably giving us all kinds of curses right now just by talking about it.
I hope not.
It's crazy
Lord, I
stuff.
hope not.
But yeah. It does sound like we are going to be going to a brief break once again, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Hi, y'all. We're back. Hopefully for the last time. We'll see what happens. But going in, I think we're still waiting on a couple players right now. But we should be able to get Chalet started pretty shortly here. But until then, Ace, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who do you play in Siege? Who's your favorite operators?
Oh, okay, that's a good one actually. Well, I am usually on attack. I'm a big ace guy. Surprisingly enough, I know. That's actually where the ace in my tag came from. When he first came out, he was my favorite just attacker, operator, just period. And on defense,
Fair.
actually, I have been playing a lot of Thunderbird ever since she came out. Big Thunderbird guy. I got her elite the day it came out. Yeah, she is so versatile. The way that they are. I don't know if the rework has happened to her yet or not, but I don't really play as much Siege as I once used to because I lost my stack. But it is what it is. So, whenever I get on and I play by myself every now and then, it is definitely a fun time to play Ace when he's not banned, of course, because he gets banned a lot. And Thunderbird and Scopos, I'd say, are my two most played defenders, actually. And Striker has become a very relevant attacker for me.
Okay. Gotcha. Solid little roster there for you. See, me, I have not settled on
what about
my favorite
you?
operator. Yeah, on defense, I like Bandit. I like Castle. I like Azami. On attack, I like Mozzie on defense too. On attack, I'm a big fan of Sledge. I'm a big fan of IQ.
I
There's a
was
few
a big
others that I
IQ whenever I first started playing, for sure.
Yeah. No, I like IQ, especially if I know that there's a Valkyrie on the other team, because I could just be like, okay, let's get rid of this shenanigans here. Like, no, let's not deal with that. Deimos and Kaid off the board right off the bat. Deimos is one of those characters I would play if I had, like, better aim, you know?
Understandable. I play some Deimos sometimes, especially back when I was with my stack. He gives out so much valuable info. And I can understand why he's banned here on Chalet because, I mean, with all the wooden floors that you have, can be very, very, very prominent.
Oh, for sure. Chalet, round one, we're going to be going up to the second floor, master bedroom and office.
Mira
Strike
not
X.
banned also is not a good thing, I'd say. Mira definitely should have been banned.
Oh, yeah.
Attackers need to locate and
But they're not playing her, though, at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that Mira doesn't get banned out here for sure, but if kittenkweens are confident enough to take this, like, take a multitude of attacking rounds with the Mira in play, then I think that it's okay to float her if you think that Kaid and Clash are more important to get out of the way sooner. So
My magnets will protect us. Magnets ready. Let them come.
They're kind of bringing a little bit more of the same setup that we saw at the end of the last map. Instead, though, we are seeing the Warden. I do like the play from the rest of the team, though, especially with the Wamai. It's almost like you can't really go without Wamai nowadays. Or Jaeger.
yeah,
but
Wamai
more or less
obviously
Wamai, I'd say.
obviously a very powerful operator. Being able to deny ordnance on whatever angle you would like at any given moment is just so effective and so powerful. In basically any map, any situation, any site, you are never upset having a Wamai on your team.
Setting up a sequential breach.
I will also point out that StrikeX does not have any denial on this team. There's no mute. There's no Tubarao. There's no... Obviously, the Kaid got banned out. That was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play from Turler to just get that first pick there. And Natalini goes down, so no more Thatcher to play with. A little bit unfortunate for them, losing out on that utility.
I love how the Twitch
Okay.
drone just rolled right up to her feet and she just shot it out. There's nothing
She just
on
shot
the
it out.
defense. Yeah, there's nothing on the defense that could have taken it over, so to speak. So that was just a funny little interaction there.
I didn't know, sorry. Either way, going into this next one, I do find it interesting. This IQ has not been able to find a whole lot of things here, but Strike X, Riv has been absolutely lights out today for them. Kitten Queens down to their just 3 players right now, so Strike X at an early man advantage, woman advantage, if you will. 103 left in the round. Looking to find something here. Just any angle possible would be real nice. C4 goes in, doesn't find an elimination, but few more come through anyway. Riv does get shut down, but not after a trade.
Ooh, wait, the plant is going down.
The plant goes down.
The Nitro
somehow.
team kill.
The Nitro team kill while the plant goes down is very unfortunate, but it's a 2 versus 2 now. Make it a 1 versus 2.
Oh, Ellie, no, you got caught sprinting. Oh, but the track stingers. Oh, shift.
The track stingers do the job. Strike X is going to find the first round here.
Uh-oh. Not again.
Very well done. Oh,
Not
no.
again.
No, no, not a pause.
no.
No. Oh, this is...
Uh-oh.
Please not another
Well,
rehost. Just not another rehost,
I don't know if we'll,
please.
I don't know if we'll have to or not, but this game is
Please.
such
Is this
a
my
good
fault?
game. Okay, no,
they're
they're
back,
back.
they're back, they're back, they're back.
Woo! Praise the Lord!
Woo! Let's go!
Praise the Lord.
I didn't curse it. Okay, so you pointed it out at the beginning of that last round. Mira did not get banned. And now we see Pho hovering that character. So it is a distinct possibility that we do in fact see the Mira in this next defending round for Strike X. We are going to the first floor bar gaming room. And it makes a lot of sense. There is that little hallway behind the 2 sites that kind of connects them. And I think that's probably where we see the Mira get played.
Mm-hmm. It seems as though it might.
Attackers
I
need to
do
locate
like.
and defuse as many
I
bombs
believe
as
we
they
are. Yes, we're exactly where I thought we were.
Told ya.
There's obviously a
Told
mirror
ya.
going to be played right exactly in that spot. Yes,
discovered the location.
that is
Told
the
ya.
spot to play it. There might even be another one in bar that they pop. I feel like that would be a nice one, and if not, maybe they could hold on to it. And I don't know. I mean, you won't believe me when I say this, but I actually, within the long match that I casted last night, I actually saw a mirror trick on a thermite that was
Whoa.
on Jacuzzi Wall on Clubhouse. Yes. So I mean, it is possible. It is not a myth. It was actually, it blew my mind to see it. But yeah, I mean, anything is possible with that other mirror in pocket. It seems as though they're going to, however, put one for their top Mez player who seems to be Bloppy. That is the routine mirror that you're going to want to put there and keep there. Not necessarily 100% something you would see from a team who is on the first floor having someone top mezza. You would have expected more of a top mezza hold on that last bomb site that they were on, but either way, it is still doable and it is still plausible for the situation that they're currently in.
Absolutely doable for them.
Reloading.
Back into the match very quickly. A whole lot quicker than our previous disconnects have been, but I mean, we'll take it every day of the week.
The Wamai disc.
Capitao is here to just... Oh, true. Didn't realize that the disc was there to save the life of the player roaming on the top floor. But either way, has to retreat to the site. Also, I told you the Mira would be here. I told you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a genius. I'm the smartest person to ever look at Siege.
It is interesting to see the Mira be top meza specifically on this bomb site. I can't say it's been a detriment yet, but I feel as though it's a little bit more out of the box than you would have expected, as FOA gets Yuli first. That's not the way you want to start this round off, that is for sure.
Definitely not, but at least you're losing out on the Valkyrie, who's already put her cameras down, rather than, say, the Doc or the Azami, who still have utility to use with their gadgets and such, right? Those cameras can still be used by the side of Strike X. Still, you are down a gun.
Oh!
Make it 2. Make it
Through the
2.
wall.
FOA. Beautiful shot through the wall.
Kiba activated.
Bloppy looking to get active and get another one, but through piano window, she gets tagged. Looks as though she's going to have to drop here. You have to be careful of shift on blue stairs now.
Yeah, the EE1D forces Bloppy to cease this roaming silliness, but ooh, it's just Pho on this Mira behind the counter. You know, 1 versus 5. Finds the first pick and brings it down to a 1v4, but I don't like the chances that Pho has for the remainder of this round. It's not looking pretty, and eventually the pinch comes through, and kittenkweens, they'll take their first attack out round.
Pho stopped it from being flawless, but that was really all that could have been done with the way that the attack kind of collapsed in on the specific Strike X players that were, you know, top meza, which I said was a questionable option to begin with. You had 2 of them up there. You had one of them playing on the stairs, and Riv. Riv had her own battles to fight, but at the same time, FOA had backup just as much as she needed right after she took Riv out. So it was like you were a little bit too separated, in my opinion, and it was really a big detriment just due to the fact that kittenkweens, all they need is a little, and they will just squeeze the ever-living life out of you. They will come at you from all angles, and they will take you down one by one by one by one by one, even if you have the entire team behind your back or not. As long as you are not separated in the way that you just were right then, it looks as though they're going to try again, but this time the Mira can't be put on the back of that reinforcement top meza. So it looks as though they're going to have a different second Mira placement this time, but obviously that first one still needs to go in bar hallway.
An interesting compositional decision, a series of compositional decisions we see here. Mute, active, out on the field, not a character we've seen yet on this map specifically, but everybody else has returned from a previous round. We've seen the Mira, we've seen the Azami, the Doc, the Wamai. Meanwhile, on the side of kittenkweens, we've got a couple characters we haven't seen yet. Flores, and Maverick, and Grim. Lots of characters that we haven't seen quite yet for this team coming out here, and I am very interested to see how this pretty drastic shift in the attacking composition matches up to a very similar defense to what we saw in the last round, albeit on a very different bomb site.
It's a very good point. That's a very good point. And looking at it now, Riv is in a good position to get caught out early. Riv definitely needs to rotate back around. I don't really like where she is. It looks as though she does have a little bit of extra support, but it doesn't really matter too much. FOA might actually be able to get something done, but instead decides to rotate back up. I mean, that's kind of what you need Riv to be doing right now, but I just didn't like the attacking composition that was being put in front of her.
Kiba strikes through.
And there she goes.
Riv does get shut down. As you were saying earlier, Riv not in the best spot imaginable and does eventually get shut down there.
Shock drone.
Twitch out and
Ellie
active.
just
What is the
scouting
Twitch even
out,
for
yep.
here?
The Mira,
What
but
do
it
you
doesn't.
even-
It seems
the
as though they're
Mira?
using it for an actual Seems as though they're using it
Does
more
it-
right now as a drone, but it can be used for the mirror if you can get rid of those mute jammers.
Right, but
And that's what the top down could
wait,
be for.
can it also be used on the Wamai discs? Because that
yes,
would be a good use
if you
case.
see a disc, you can pop it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are harder to spot though, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Either
Yuli's
way,
now out.
we are
Bloppy
down
is
to a
also
2
out.
versus 4.
Oof.
Kittenkweens walking in,
Oh!
finding every pick imaginable, but Shifte
I need to reload.
not gonna let herself fall that easily.
Oh, no.
Never mind. Never mind.
Yep.
Natalini. My goodness.
Nat with
Beautiful
another
shots.
tactical crouch, taking us right on into round 4 with kittenkweens now up 2-1. First time they've been up since they were up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Strike X do a very good job of taking that initial defense round, but since then, not finding any purchase. Kittenkweens on this attack just been flawless. And finally, that Mira does get banned. But more interestingly, a Flores ban. Why?
I mean, Flores was being used, but wasn't being used to the extent that he definitely should have been by the attack. So, I mean, maybe they just wanted to make sure that the attack didn't wake up and start using Flores to the fullest of his extent, which could honestly have also been a detriment to the defense that they're getting ready to go into now here, which could be a little bit more Azami-centric because Flores obviously is a direct counter to Azami.
Indeed. And obviously, Azami not banned out there. The option does end up being Mira, as I think is... I think it's correct. We've seen Mira come out in rounds 2 and 3 for Strike X. Obviously, they didn't win either of those rounds. But Mira is one of those characters that just serves to make attacking so much harder than it would otherwise be. So it does not surprise me at all that the character does get banned.
Not at all.
I mean,
But
there's
at
a
the
reason
same
he's-
time here, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. They're sitting top meza again, but this time it's not Mira that they are focusing the strat around. It's not Mira that they're focusing the hold around. It is the Azami. So, looking back on the Flores ban, I can honestly understand where they were coming from with that and in trying to make sure that their strat doesn't get countered by one singular ability. Of course, Ashe is still on the table, but unless you're using a breaching charge, which you have to get right on top of it for, you only have 2 Ashe charges. At the same time, there are about 5, I think, Azami barricades or 6 that can be used within a round, so quickly be replaced. It's definitely not something that a Flores or an Ashe alone would have been able to handle.
Definitely not on their own, which is why we see one of them gone as it stands here. Grim getting value, actually using his gadget, maybe for the first time that we've casted today, without getting first picked. But either way, nobody really on the stairs, so those bees can't detect anybody for now.
Oh, Adri.
First knock goes down onto Adriella, but the trade is there very quickly. No more Azami.
Oh, you
for the
had to be
defenders.
so careful.
Another trade. Riv finds that one, but again, another very, very fast trade. So now it's a 3 versus 3.
Uh-oh.
And Strike X.
Uh-oh. You stopped shooting at the wrong time, Shift.
Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Oh, so much
But
barbed
anyways,
wire.
place it
They
right
had to
now.
have doubled up right there.
They had to have for sure. The kittenkweens, they still need to push upstairs, and they've done it. They're in.
Oh, a
Getting in on
quad
this
for
right, and
Boa!
another- Is that an A? Is that inbound?
Oh, this is an ace. Ooh.
You gotta know. Not
Oh,
quite.
Turler takes it.
Well, Shift had to.
It's okay, though.
Shift pushed aggressively, so like it makes sense that it didn't go all the way to the ace, but it would have been fire. Either way, still a gorgeous round from Kittenkweens. They're showing right now why they're so good at this map.
It was. It definitely was. They're going to keep coming with the exact same thing that they've came with so far, multitude of times. they're going to keep doing it until StrikeX can stop it. And as of right now, they've not had a chance to be able to stop it. They have been getting great trades, I will say, but trades don't always fall in your favor. And they, as of now, they haven't really been.
Garage Cellar is our next
Attackers need to
destination
locate
here.
and defuse bombs.
And StrikeX are opting for, again, very similar stuff. We're still seeing the Doc. We're still seeing the Azami. This time, though, Tubarao out. We see Maestro out. These Evil Eyes are going to be immensely impactful on this site, so not particularly shocking here. But these picks on Kitten Queen, are we just seeing? Are they just playing like a game of like how many different operators can we play? Okay,
Maybe.
At very least, we're going back to the Ash. But like for a moment, I thought we were gonna get the Blitz. Like, y'all, we can chill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are seeing the Ram and the Buck. That's new. I think we saw Ace earlier, if I recall correctly, but we have not seen the Thermite.
Yep.
But Thermite actually makes sense on this map, this site, I should say, because of just being able to blow open the garage door. And Adriella's gone.
That's insane.
Doc spawn peaking in 2025.
Yep, and it's still just as effective every now and then as it was in the past.
Love to see it. So with your Ash out of the picture, obviously that ranged soft breach is gone, but you do still have the Bucks. So I don't think losing out on Adriella this early in the round is too big of a deal for Kitten Queens. They're obviously still able to breach basically the entire map with a Ram and Buck and Thermite and Ace. So whole lot of map control is still available to them. It's just a matter of I think the big player in this round is going to be the Tubarao, just to at least stall or deny entirely hard breach from happening. That's going to be a huge deal.
Oh, it didn't get froze though. Yuli
It didn't?
missed out.
Oh,
Didn't sound like it, at least.
that was extremely important to
Oh.
freeze out. Oh, and Natalini goes down as well. This upper floor roam has gone very,
You're in a
very well
great
for the
spot
side of
here,
Strike
fella.
X.
Oh, but you went the wrong way. Oh,
Don't find the
Shift
Azami,
goes down,
that's a
though.
nice pick. Turler goes down in the midst of all of it, though, and it's a 1v3.
It was a trade.
I mean, this is... I struggle to think of any word that isn't disastrous. This is...
It's not at
This
all what
is
you wanted.
simply a disastrous round for Kitten Queens. I mean, losing Adriella on the approach is not horrible, but then you lose Natalini, and I mean, the guns are just not there. You don't have the tools you need to approach this site anymore. Despite the open sight lines in this main room provided by the Ram, you just don't have a way in. And eventually you're going to get shut down. Strike X taking a second defensive round.
Riv loves Meza stairs. I mean, what else can honestly be said? That's exactly where we've been seeing her play and do her part in the most, and she ends up being the deciding kill there. Kitten Queens kind of stalled out a little after the unexpected spawn peak, of course, onto Adri, but now it's looking a bit different. Now they're looking to hopefully claim the 4-2 half and call it there. Now, but you can't always guarantee it. I did say there's a good chance that we either see a 4-2 or a 3-3, and either or it looks as though it could be on the table right now.
What is that Ace skin? I know it has nothing to do with the actual game at hand. What is that Ace skin?
I believe it is from the hit TV show The Boys, where he is cosplaying as Homelander.
That was Homelander? Oh my...
That was Homelander.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that collab happened. I did not know that collab happened.
And then Deimos got a Black Noir skin. Yep, that's exactly what it was.
That's actually fire. I would get that Deimos skin. Okay.
I'm
while
not sure
I
if
was
Turner's
not playing
actually
this game,
wearing it, but
while I was playing this game like somewhat regularly, No, sorry. While I was not playing this game at all, they dropped maybe the best collaboration of all time, and I didn't get the skins for it, and I'm upset. And it's the
shop.
It's the Yakuza ones. It's the Yakuza ones.
Oh, okay. I believe those are also still in the shop.
I want Echo Kiryu so bad you have no idea.
I see. Are you talking about his elite skin, or are you talking about I believe it was him and Habana who had gotten Yakuza skins? Actually, yeah, I don't think that's his elite.
Azami, I think? I don't remember. Either way,
Nat off the board again early. It's
Nat off the board, and that's your Finka gone. Finka enables so much of like a rush to actually work, so I don't know, it's really unfortunate to lose out on a character that important so quickly. I didn't even notice, by the way, Riv is on the Rook.
I see that now. First time I've seen a Rook in God knows how long.
And he's gone.
Say that. Foa takes him down, yep.
Rook is dead. You hate to see it. But 4 versus 4, everybody still has armor on the side of Strike X, so they're going to be that much more difficult to take down, unless, you know, kittenkweens hits their headshots, which they can do. They're very good at the game. I think the major question... Ooh. I was going to say the major question of how this half goes comes down to the next pick, but if that's how it's going to be, then things get a lot harder for kittenkweens on this attack here. We could be looking at a 3-3 half. Unless more picks like that happen. Unless more picks like that happen
for Foa! Wait a minute!
3 kills. Does get shut down by the LMG of the Maestro. 2 players left on each team, and one of them is knocked for kittenkweens, so it's essentially a 1 versus 2 right now. Quietly creeping up these stairs. It's very doable for Turler, but 1 bullet in the chamber right now.
Do you not? Oh no, the reinforcement there was tripping me out. I was like, do you not see his shoulder? But no, it was the reinforcement. Turler was just waiting.
Turler wanted that 1 tap so bad, but not going to be provided the opportunity.
Oh?
Nearly hits that headshot onto Pho. It looked like it was going to be. 25 seconds left. You still have a decent amount of time to win out both of these fights. It's going to be real close, though. You know where the Maestro is.
Through the wall! Wait! Oh, that was almost insane. No time left. I don't think anything's coming of this, sadly.
I don't think there's time at all.
Oh, nice pistol whip, though. Oh, wait, I forgot she had the bomb. I forgot she had the diffuser. Oh, you have to stick it now, though, sadly.
But it's not going to happen. Strike X managed to bring it even 3-3 and a half. You kind of didn't even expect it to go, like, more than 2 rounds for Strike X.
I did. Honestly, I didn't. I really, really didn't. Now, this is where the prominence begins. I'm expecting kittenkweens to just take it and run now that they're on the defense. But anything is still possible. I believe Strike X have been playing a really, really good game so far. I cannot lie to you. Azami and Ace being the first 2 bans. Ace, of course, yeah. I'm not really too surprised to see him off the board.
I mean, we saw a lot of Ace in that first half coming out from kittenkweens, but really unsurprising to see the character off the board right off the bat. Thermite ban?
It's not at all what you usually see, I will say.
Fenrir ban, okay, I kind of get it. Thermite ban. Interesting.
I can understand Ace, but Thermite following it back is definitely not what I would have expected to see. And then you left the Maverick on the board now at this point, so Shifty can play,
Mira,
as well as the Blackbeard is on the board.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Mira also on the board. much like last half, does not get banned in the initial ban stage. Very likely that after 3 more rounds, going like after round 10, we will see that character banned out. But I mean, it'll be difficult to know even where we're at that point. The Mira may not even end up being that much of a factor going forward here. So
It all depends
it'll
on
be
how they
interesting.
end up playing it. I believe the Mira is going to be pretty important for the defense, so it would be in StrikeX's best wishes if they do end up losing the next 2 to ban Mira out, especially if Mira ends up becoming a threat. But at the same time, Riv, they're letting her be able to play the Blackbeard now. So, I mean, what's really going to end up happening is either the Mira is going to become too much or the Blackbeard is going to become too much. And those two very well could be our bans, but Turler lurking in the shadows to take Riv out. Wow.
I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's right off the bat. We've seen Riv do devious, heinous things on shield operators in this match, but kittenkweens knows that too, and they don't want to let that happen again. So, I mean, that right off the bat, just a great lurk there from Turler to shut down that notion instantly.
Turler already rotated back up to site as well. It's up to Foa to be the one who is now the lurker that they might not even know the location of due to the fact that Deimos cannot track them. It seems as though Yuli is just doing her due diligence and watching the back stairs. But as of now, Foa could end up going huge. It all depends on when they tell her to say go.
This Legion pick has been very interesting to see so far. I don't think we've seen like a ton of value come from it, but absolutely can happen. Can be extremely important.
Oh, you were
Eventually,
getting swung
though,
by you
shutting
in that.
down. Yeah, I mean, the use of the Hibana there was absolutely gorgeous to basically bypass the Mira, cutting off her escape options, forcing her to play super close, and if not
Foa
doing
is
that, then
still
running into a
downstairs
crossfire or giving up position. Fa
in
is still
mud.
downstairs, as you say.
Looking to hopefully go out and get huge, and she does on the shift. I didn't even know that was an angle you could get from that door. Wow.
That's
What a nade kill.
Yeah,
She
I-
naded her as she was running back in the mud. That's funny.
that's awesome. But either way, Ellie finding Fa, and now it's down to one more round.
Ooh, Yuli.
1v3. Does not have the bomb, by the way, so needs to frag out, but will not be provided the opportunity. Bullet to the dome from Adriella will end the round. Just like that, finally, a decent, another lead for kittenkweens, right? Yeah.
Adri goes huge when you need her to, and now kittenkweens are back in the league, in the lead. Exactly what you said. 4-3 right now, looking to hopefully make it 5-3 off of this one. You won't be able to stop Riv in the same way that you did last time, though. So now that she's picked the Blackbeard again, how are you going to stop her? I wonder how they're going to approach it.
Smoke and Goyo are going to be defensive
need to
picks
locate
here.
and
So very point denial heavy strategy we're going to be seeing very early on.
Attackers have located a
And
bomb.
I mean, the drones have already found the bomb site, as is expected. They're just gonna be able to wander in, find these good spots for drones. But I mean, this defensive composition is interesting. I mean, we see the smoke and the mute and the Goyo. This is a whole lot of like just space denial. And wall denial as well. Like the Mira and the mute, you can't break walls super easily. The Echo, the Goyo, and the smoke, you can't plant the bomb super easily. It's gonna be very difficult.
Bloppy has to
That
go
might
big
be why
here
we
just
see
as
the
much as
Maverick.
Riv does. And now they're downstairs. Yeah, I was just about to say the Maverick is going to have to play a big role as well. Even though they really don't have
Already
any wall
this-
denial except for the mute, they're bypassing it easily.
Yeah. That mute pick is very good against hard breachers such as the Thermite and the Ace, but they've both been banned, and Maverick has been left on the board, so Mute's not seeing a ton of value here. That wall's going to get burned through very slowly, but it will be burned through nonetheless.
Ooh.
Reload! Tracks released.
One of the mirrors got popped somewhere. That's what that sound notification cue was. Oh, Foa got caught coming back down and around by Yuli. She's got gridlock tracks at her feet. Just the right amount aren't at her feet, though. Yuli goes
God.
down at the hands of Foa. Wow.
Gorgeous. Just gorgeous
Wow.
shot.
I believe when
Yuli
she
has to
shot
give it
her
up. The
tracks,
NS
she
in chat.
shot out the main one. I believe when she shot that main one, the track stopped producing, and that's all you really needed, as long as they weren't on that line right there.
Throwing frag grenade!
Clearing the way.
Stun comes out, but I mean, this is a very atypical take that we're seeing right now from Strike X. Normally, when you're on this site, you see a lot of pressure coming from the garage door, but this time around from the hallway, from other angles.
Riv. That fire burning Shift A. Well, it wasn't the fire, it was the smoke canister. Smoke canister hurt Shift A little bit. Riv is still being such a demon right here, but now being pushed out by the smoke. You almost lost half your health due to that. You have to be unbelievably careful when smoke is on the board. Just as you said, smoke is the direct counter right now. And Echo, look at that. Riv
Right,
goes
comes
down at the
through.
hands of the Echo.
1 for 1. Riv down. Diffuser, not in anybody's hands right now, and it's just Shift in a 1 versus 3.
3v1.
There's no chance you're picking up Riv in this instance. You gotta go huge in the next 10 seconds, but not likely to happen. 8 seconds left, you're stunned up, and just like that, Kitten Queens once again taking a very, very solid round. I mean, they just look ironclad on this
Yep.
defense right now.
They do. They very much so do. I mean, this is their calling right here. Playing defense on Chalet. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this for Kitten Queens. This is what they want to do. This is what they practice the most of, I'd say. This is definitely their map. I mean, there's no question about that. And now they're just one round away from putting Strike X's backs against the wall once again.
Oryx. Okay. I like it.
Attackers need to locate and
I dig it.
defuse
It's
as many
not
bombs as
something
they
we've
can.
seen too often, but of course it would be Adri if anyone else.
Obligatory, honestly. Playing in the first floor game room kitchen.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think it's. Yeah, I like this. I like this play. I like this composition for it. I mean, having the Oryx, there's obviously a lot of hatches around and like on this site, so Oryx just being able to rotate by jumping up those is absolutely massive. And Jaeger for the ordnance denial. Obviously, we saw a lot of the Wamai on the previous half, but Jaeger is going to be the choice for Foa here. So. But I think the big question for me is Fa on the Raura. Huh.
Changing mag.
Don't see a lot of this
I like the
operator.
Raura, though. I love it. I love
Yeah.
the pick.
I mean, I admittedly, like, I know what Raura. I am not sure, like, the use case for this operator. So I'm very interested to see what ends up doing with this.
it seems as though they're looking for a little bit more of a collapse in all at once. You know, we're going to cover as much of the map as we can, especially with things like the Raura Dom panels, and of course making the phones ring, and even Shift going for a Grim B or two at some point here. It's because of the extended roam, I'd say.
Does make sense. Working to shut down the roam coming out from the Oryx, potentially from the Maluzi and the Jaeger as well, is
Riv got
massive stuff.
Oh, with the last bullet, she gets that drone.
Oh,
But she got spotted out.
Finds Hurler, very interesting.
Oh,
Natalini, big double kill. Does get spotted out by the bees.
Nat
The Raura
going
panel is going to
huge
shut
here.
off that line of rotation from here on out.
Honestly, that kind of helps Nat, I'd say. Right
Riv
now.
goes down. Riv is down.
Wow.
Down and out of the picture. And it kind of does help that Raura panel, just giving her that extra room to breathe and potentially escape from a precarious situation. Shifte not able to find a pick here quite yet, but knows at least one location. Near those stairs, there still has to be that one player. Though Turler got shut down earlier, there is still someone playing there.
There's not too much left that can be said or done about this round, to be honest with you.
No, there really isn't. There's 15 seconds. You're in a 2 versus 4. You're still very, very far away from the site. Like, it would take a miracle at this point.
Yeah, they're holding all their angles.
We are not
perfectly
getting
as well.
one. Kitten Queens is too disciplined. Kitten Queens is far
Nat
too disciplined to allow a miracle to happen.
Huge. Let's go, Nat. Wow. Double kill there to give Kitten Queens the 6-3 now.
Yeah, this is
one
quite
win
possibly
away.
the last round of the entire match, potentially, if Kitten Queens can manage to hold on for one more round. And I struggle to see what StrikeX can do here. They have just fallen flat on the attack so far. Dokube and Echo banned away going into this last round too, so it looks like we're going to be going back up to the second floor.
I guess it's because they realized that the Blackbeard hasn't been too much of a problem for them. Of course, the Blackbeard may or may not even be brought, but I really thought that Blackbeard was going to be a no doubt in my mind type of ban. Echo, honestly, I expected that.
Well, we were talking about the Mira potentially getting banned out, and then the Mira didn't really end up being a factor in StrikeX's, well, in Kitten Queens' defenses. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So.
Well, now you get to see a little bit of the Clash gameplay.
True. We get to see Clash, and we get to see Mozzie. We get to see Mozzie, my king. But yeah, it's been very, very difficult for StrikeX to even approach this properly so far. This attack has just not gone their way in the slightest. But I mean, at this point, it's do or die. You need to start winning every single round consecutively. And oh man, we saw some spawn peaks earlier. It's something Doc players do quite often.
And look at that Riv instantly pre-firing the window. You do not want to be held accountable for what could happen against you.
Oh, definitely not. Going into this one is going to be up on that top floor, so the Ash entering in through the basement should be cleared out, but you want to make sure that the roamers are not all the way down here. Natalini goes down. Doc out of the picture right away. Absolutely massive. Still 220 in the round. And now Kitten Queens at a player disadvantage. And they know where that... maybe they don't know where that Vigil is. Forgot Vigil is Vigil.
Maybe not yet. Oh, and there it is. Adri going huge, but she gets caught out by Bloppy.
And that's a big pick too. Knowing where these various gadgets are, the Mozzie drones, the mute jammers, all that jazz, just being able to tell where those things are with the easy assistance of the EQ out of the picture now.
Speaking of
But
Mozzie,
you
he's
do
running away
have
from Bloppy
player
now.
advantage. Oh yeah, this Mozzie playing very, very far away as it stands, but I doubt he'll be able to rejoin his teammates up on the top floor anytime soon. There's just too many players,
he's
and
gonna
they know
continue
exactly
to be
where
targeted.
he is because of the Deimos. Ellie falls, and this
How
could
did
be the
Ellie
beginning
lose
of
that?
a
I'm pretty
crazy
surprised.
comeback for Strike X. But Turler is able to find one back. This clash still upstairs. Still someone that Strike X has to worry about pretty immensely.
I'd say Foe was a little bit more what you need to
Oh,
really
Turler's
worry
out.
about. Turler had her back turned, and now they have
I mean,
exact
I-
pings, but pings are also coming back out for the team.
Loading bag.
This Deimos character
Toss
is
the frag.
a problem. If you're a defender,
Yep.
this character is a problem. Just being able to lock down that location. Shout out Evil Geniuses, but like, yeah, just knowing exactly where he's
Pre-fire,
coming
yep.
from, you can just pre-fire those stairs. And Strike X finally taking an attacking round. First round they've won since the sides have swapped. So really, really solid stuff
If I'm-
from them in that
if
last
I'm
round.
Kitten
And we're going back to
Queens-
Deimos.
Oh no, we were so close.
We were
If
so
I'm Kitten
close.
Queens, if I'm Kitten Queens, I'm thinking real long and heavy about this one, and I'm doing what I need to do to get one more defensive victory, just one more.
I mean, that's all you need at this point, really. Yeah, it's really just a matter of whether or not they're able to close it out at this point. And, I mean, we saw them in the first 3 rounds of the half. They are more than capable of taking a defensive round here. Especially, I mean, if we're going down to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage, we are seeing a very similar composition to what we saw the last time they were down there. The Goyo, the Smoke. I don't imagine we're going to be seeing the exact same composition because already we have a Kaid. That's a very big difference. And I think this is probably a big reason that they got banned out, right? Because if you want to go down to basement, having a thermite to blow the garage door wide open opens so many sightlines for the attackers. It provides a place for them to plant. It provides everything they need, right? So obviously there's still ways to open that door. You still have Habana. You still have the Maverick, right? But I don't know. No thermite makes it significantly harder.
It does. It does. I'll agree. Sadly enough, I will agree with that. 6-4. We just need one more. We just need one more. Just need to get through one more round.
Do you think we're going to see OT, or do you think that Kitten Queens is going to win at some point before regulation's over?
Even if Strike X makes it 6-5, I don't think we're going to. I think it's going to be 7-5 if Strike X wins this next one.
Okay, I can see it.
Another 7-5. I mean, these two teams are the most deadlocked in how close they feel as though they are with each other.
If we weren't
in
expecting
terms
this.
We weren't, not at all. Honestly, I wasn't, especially on this map. I wasn't expecting it at all.
Yeah, this is a treat. This has absolutely been a treat to watch so far.
And see, the winner of this plays Wildcard Queens.
True.
And then the loser of this will play a Rival 7 female, I believe, tomorrow.
Are we doing a third match? I'm not sure.
I believe there would be a third place match tomorrow based on what I have seen, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Well, either way, a couple bangers tomorrow as well. Make sure y'all don't miss that. Natalini has returned. We do not need to go to break.
Yes.
We are so back. We have never been so back.
Lucy's Lucy's a little slow with the typing, but here we are.
That's okay. I'm a big fan of Lucy, personally. Big
for
fan.
sure.
Need to locate and defuse as
Best
Phenomenal
OBS in the game.
observer. True.
attackers have located a bomb.
But we're finally back into it.
Providing this great observation solo, by the way. Not we don't have two observers. We got Lucy. That's all we need.
Very true. That's all we need. Can't say any worse words about our producer if I tried. In all honesty, though. No, I'm joking, of course. This has been an absolute banger of just a group of people coming together and just making sure that Women's Siege can be heard and seen around the world. And with all of the recent travesties and the fact that we had one amazingly ran kickoff tournament that might not ever even happen again with a certain league. Project Luna looks as though, based on everything I've seen behind the scenes and what I've seen on the screen so far, that this will be the home for Women's Siege, teams willing, of course, for the foreseeable future, and I honestly cannot wait. I will definitely be locked in for the third place match and the grand finals tomorrow, even though I will not be available to be back on the desk.
We'd love to see you in Twitch chat, for sure. I don't know if I should be available tomorrow. If they need me to cast, I will cast tomorrow.
You love to hear it. You love to see it.
For now, at least. Maverick once again showing his face. Not
Amira gets popped.
Shocked to see this character down in the basement. Yeah, Amira does get popped. So, thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Words to Riv by. Riv has been such a phenomenal player throughout this series. I mean, obviously opening, almost not quite opening because it was in the second round, but nearly opening this whole thing with an ace I will never forget for as long as I live. The Montaigne ace. I will never forget it. But putting up generational numbers ever since then. But Adri finding the picks here, gets knocked down. It's a 4 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 2 if they can pick up Adriella. That's absolutely massive. Okay. We're back to even numbers. This was a 4 versus 2 just a second ago.
Going live.
They needed to get Adri up if they were going to have a chance to close this one out 7-4. Oh, faux whiffs, but still somehow gets Ellie. Blinded by his teammate as well, or blinded by her teammate as well.
Adriella down. It's Foa in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2.
Oh, triple! Oh,
but not quite. Almost a 1 versus 3 to close out the match, but not gonna come through.
Down
it
to
does
the
look
wire
like we have another pause, though.
Another one. Oh man, this.
Ellie's disconnects.
Oh man, I mean, we actually might hit 4 hours. I don't know. We actually might.
There is a strong possibility that we hit 4 hours.
We're at 4. Yeah, we're at 4 hours. Okay.
He has no game sound. Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Definitely a bug. That's definitely a bug.
You hate to see it, dude. I thought we were playing Siege, not Apex Legends, man. Come on. Is that a joke anybody gets? Who knows?
Who knows?
Audio in Apex is notoriously awful.
Oh, it is. I'll agree with that.
Yo. Riv is talking to us.
Yo, Riv. Casper's
Yo, Riv,
can't
what's
hear.
up?
Okay.
What?
I can...
Lucy, we can read.
Yeah, we can read, Lucy.
Hi,
they
Riv.
don't have chat.
No, we have chat.
We can read
Riv,
it. Hello,
we have
Riv.
Chat. Hi.
We have not been
Riv.
calling you words. We have not been calling you words. Oh my God, we have all chat, Lucy, please. Lucy, we have all chat. We have nothing better to do. We have nothing better to do.
I need to message Lucy. Lucy. We have game chat. We have game chat. understandable, but still. Riv, no, I'm trying to talk to you.
I'm not even sure. I think Riv doesn't want us to call her words. Or maybe she does want us to call her words. I'm not 100% sure.
What
We
does
haven't
that
been calling
mean?
her words, though.
We
Well, I
haven't
mean,
been
her
calling
name
her
is
words.
words to
We've
Riv
been-
by. Yeah.
That's true.
I don't know
We've
if
been
I don't know if she
gassing
wants
Riv
to be
this
called
whole
words or not.
time. Hold on, a caster DM'd me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I DM'd Lucy
Oh my
to say
gosh.
we do have
We
chat.
can see the chat, yeah. That's funny.
What would it proxy? We can read.
They
What
hold on.
they say.
They clarified they can read the chat, but not type. Yep.
Yeah, because we're not in the game.
Let's go. What's up, Riv? Oh man, this is funny.
What's up, Riv? What's good? Grab popcorn.
Please,
we're
no.
going map 3.
Riv. No, Riv, no. Riv,
I
no,
love the
Riv, I'm sorry.
confidence. I love the confidence from Riv. I'm down.
I don't need any more popcorn.
Attackers need to
God, Turler.
Turler, no. In game.
Internet has definitely been an issue, though.
Bomb
Internet has
located by attackers.
definitely
Yeah, for
been an
sure.
issue for some of these things.
You hate to see it.
Here we are, though.
I mean, internet and
6-5.
fun.
Yeah.
6-5. It's possible that we go
Boa has
all
19,
the
by the
way
way.
to overtime. Oh my god.
You can stop
Boa has
worrying about
19.
I didn't even realize that.
I didn't either.
And I believe we had a
I was
rehost,
busy looking at
so-
Riv's 12.
I think
was
she
busy
might
looking at Riv's
have.
12. No, I think we had a rehost.
I think she might
on the
have
first
over
map. We
20.
did not have a rehost on this map.
Oh, was that the first
We
map?
did not have
Oh,
a
okay,
rehost
good,
on this
good,
map.
good.
Yeah, that was the first map. That was
Good. Okay.
But yeah,
She'll
I mean,
definitely
Foa
at
going
least get 20,
absolutely
I would assume.
nuclear.
going.
I would assume so. If this map ends here, and Foa hasn't gotten another kill, then I'd be a little bit sad that she was robbed
Very
of the 20 bomb.
surprised, yeah.
But Foa's going crazy, and I would not at all be surprised if she got more kills here because she's crazy at the video game.
Way better than me,
Now
that's for sure.
again, we see Fa picking the router here, which. I mean, interesting decision to go for.
It can
in
definitely work.
It can, but it's the last round of regulation. I feel like there's safer options.
Nat doesn't even know
Safer
she got
options,
droned out right then. I don't think.
I don't know if she realizes, no. But
Turler
they
is
have to know
still,
Turler's on stairs.
Yep, just trying to be a menace here. She has ADSs with her as well now. Raora door goes down, gonna get impacted out. No more door. Shield is now down as well. Nat is hurt pretty bad. Her and Bloppy having a fight.
Turler
there.
dead.
Turler goes down at the hands of Yuli. That's not good at all. Adri
Yuli.
takes Yuli out.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
a
a
double.
one
Oh!
Queens!
Boa 20!
Swapping mags!
Foa hits 20, but Kitten Queens with the player advantage.
One round
right
away
now.
from grand finals. One win away from grand finals.
Words to Riv by told us we're going map 3, but it's looking less likely by the second. 110 now. To the wire.
A minute to determine the rest of the season. Which team will play the losers against Arrival 7
Spotted one.
women's? Almost. That's a good place to leave it, but I don't think it needs to be popped right now.
I don't think so, no.
Good shout from Ellie. Yep.
But they have the mirror window
Oh.
on the site.
Floppy.
One player stairs.
Barely
Doesn't
missed
quite
up.
get shut down here.
Yeah, Foa definitely
has
had
to
already
leave.
way backed off at that point. Ellie got hurt bad there.
25
She's gonna
seconds.
push you, Ellie.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Oh.
Ellie gets killed.
Nat!
Natalie dead.
It's up to Foa.
1v2.
Wait, she's got top-down control,
It's
though.
going down. But they know where she is. Deimos gets the
Wait,
plant.
how was that? Oh, how was that not hitting her? Oh, she has a mirror though.
They can see her. The mirror.
Oh
One
no!
more kill, but Strike
Wow.
X takes us to overtime here on Chalet. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Oh man, overtime on map 2. You simply can't get any better than this. Oh,
What is
Kitten
happening?
Queens, you have to tighten up. You have to tighten up if you're going to close this one out. You absolutely have to. Wow.
How did they win that round?
That's
How
unbelievable.
did they do that? Strike
I will
X,
agree with the fact
they
that
had
I
such
don't
a-
know how
Oh,
Foa got the shot. I don't know how Foa's shot wasn't connecting onto Bloppy's arm, but I
Yeah,
guess
that
that's
was
just this
wild.
new CJX limb damaging system that they got going on or something like that, because she barely did any damage to her, and she was shooting her right in the arm. I feel like that old Siege, that would have been an easy kill for her, but yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020, and now we're here in OT on Chalet. Wow. StrikeX putting up an insane fight right now.
yeah. I mean, it's simply absurd. We're going back to the same bomb site we were just at too. It's game room. Goodness me, how did that happen? Kitten Queens have to be kicking themselves. They had the player advantage going into the final minute, and they still not only the plant but the whole round.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Adriella on Ella. I
so
love to see it.
frustrating. I appreciate it. I'm a big fan.
Riv, however, on Blackbeard, this will either go really good or really bad for the side of StrikeX.
I mean, if I've said it once, I've said it a billion times. We saw a Monty Ace. Anything can happen.
We did, you're right. Every single defender can be scanned by Bloppy as well. They did their due diligence well enough. No mute jammers either, so when you're spotted, you're spotted.
This Blackbeard just very slowly moving up, as is necessary. This is not a character you can really afford to rush in on all the time. Sometimes you will just get shut
wait.
down. Be patient, Foe.
You see
Please,
Foe
be
right
patient.
there. Oh, wait, that was perfect
Oh
timing!
my God.
Bloppy is down,
falling
wait.
so quickly.
Another
doesn't-
one
oh, it does take out
almost
the
there.
shield. Players have
Almost
taken
another
a
one
lot
there
of
for Foa,
damage,
who has
though.
22. Do they even know that Adri has stepped up in Foa's place?
I feel
They
like
might
they
not.
have to know, right? Like they're being so careful.
Yes.
They know.
Yep.
They know.
A trade.
Adriella.
A trade, though.
Let's go down. It's a nice trade. 3-on-3. Big impact plays coming
Turner,
out here
you're
from
getting shot at
Strike
from
X.
above.
They're making Kitten Queens' best map look so tight.
They're making them work for it. Yep. Nat's getting pushed out of kitchen here. Ooh. You gotta be so weary of Riv. She's so dangerous right now on this Blackbeard.
But they know
I think Nat
roughly where she is now.
Played perfectly now. Ooh,
They
but
know
the
exactly.
shield goes down in Turler.
Curler.
Ooh.
Perfection.
Wait. Almost. Yuli almost had Nat.
Oh, Yuli.
Pulled her out of her hiding spot. See, now Nat can decide whether it's time or not to start moving forward a little bit. Seeing as though
This feels
Yuli
very familiar, though.
isn't watching.
Last
Foe
round was
is,
literally. Last round was literally this exact situation. 2 versus 3
Oh,
on the site.
crossfire.
But it's now a
You're
1
worried
versus
more about
2.
Nat
It
when
means
you
it's
shouldn't
not a
be.
hand for
Oh,
Yuli.
triple!
Very nice. Very, very
Kitten
nice
Queens.
from Kitten Queens there. Putting themselves
One
on
round
match
away.
and series point once again.
This is for the grand finals. Now you have
close.
to win an attack. Now you won 3 attacks, mind you. You just have to win 1 more attack if you're Kitten Queens. Now is the time.
1 more round for them. and they're going to the grand finals. And they've put Strike X in a situation where they have to win 2 in a row in order to take us to map 3. It's something they can absolutely do, though. This is extremely doable. We're going to the basement.
I'm gonna say this now. If Strike X lose this and they play a Rival 7 women's tomorrow, there's no doubt in my mind that they beat a Rival 7 women's. Strike X is just, they're proving their prominence. They're such a good team. You let Kitten Queens take Chalet because you know you're a little bit more prominent on it as well than Kitten Queens might have expected. And now here we are in OT. Kitten Queens are 1 win away, 1 round victory away, albeit on attack, from being in the grand finals. This is the type of stuff that you're in the Twitch chat right now to see, the type of stuff that you're going to be watching back later and thinking, man, this was an insane match that actually happened during Project Luna Season 1. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable.
It's unreal. The gameplay we are seeing in this series is absolutely unreal. And this could be the final round here in this map.
Turler on Montaigne is also an interesting decision.
We're gonna be seeing a fairly standard opening of this, but like
muted.
Look at the year 1 operators on Kitten Queen's side. We got the Glaz, we got the Monty, and we got the Thermite. The old boys can still hang.
Montaigne and Thermite are going to be the main 2 of this as well. Foa looking to hopefully get a pick or 2 out of the Glaz, of course. But, yeah, I mean, it all comes down. It really does all come down to this. Adria is also now making her way down the back stairs. She's going to be found out a little bit through that barbed wire, but you have to be very weary of, yes, Foa does go down. So does a smoke grenade.
The Glaz gets no value. And that's a player advantage for Strike X. Oh
Ellie's hurt
no!
So bad too.
Ellie's hurting. Turler's hurting. They're all in immense
okay.
pain, but so is Fa. Not finding purchase this round on that Maestro.
Oh
Evil Eye's still there for recon, but players continue to fall for Kitten Queens, and it looks more and more every second like we might be going to a faded round 15.
I mean, you can't count Turler out yet, but she is on Montaigne. She only has 1 set of backup left, and it is the Thermite. It is Ellie, who has already been hurt enough as is right now.
That garage door never got opened, I'd like to point
Riv
out. Turler
gets a
goes
triple.
down 1 versus 4. It's round 15 on Chalet. A map where we expected Kitten Queens to run away with it. Completely and utterly. But now we are at 7 rounds apiece. Final round.
I believe that Strike X might be in the camp of winning 2 in a row, just like you said. I'm not going to count Kitten Queens out yet because they are back on the defense. I feel as though this is where they are the most prominent at. It's where they've always been the most prominent at. It's why you start on the defense in the first place on this map, or start on the attack in the first place on this map, because this is what is your bread and butter. They're bringing the exact same lineup that you would expect them to bring. They're going to hold downstairs as well as they possibly can. I can't tell you how many times downstairs has been played by Kitten Queens on their defense. I feel as though it might have been twice, losing 1 and winning 1. I can't guarantee that, but either way, I mean, it's do or die for Kitten Queens here. And for Strike X, this is in order to keep your season alive. This is in order to see if you have what it takes to be able to just play one more map, let alone have the opportunity to win that map and go against Wildcard Queens tomorrow. I mean, absolutely anything is possible going into this. We just need to be happy that we were here and happy that we were along for the ride, because it's been some unbelievable Siege played so far today within our 2 best of 3s, including and not limited to this one right here. Yeah.
It's been an absolutely wild ride here, but this map comes to an end in less than 3 minutes. Fairly standard compositions. We are used to seeing the Twitch. We are used to seeing the Deimos. Not going to be mixing it up or bringing anything special or crazy to round 15 or either of these teams. This Twitch is here.
Ah, Deathmark fails
will
because it's
be-
frozen.
Mmm.
You getting shot at from the other way, Foa? Yep, it was through piano. Yep, it's time for Foa to back up. Your life is a little bit more valuable than trying to hold top floor, I'd say.
The canisters at defeat again.
Oh, that would have been
I appreciate the attempt on that, but not quite gonna do anything. I like the fact that they brought the Clash too, just to deny the space, even though they've opened this wall with the Maverick. Just denying that entry by using the Clash is absolutely huge. Still no picks. Both teams playing so patiently. 5 players still alive on both sides. Very little damage done. Only Foa taking any so far.
The mirror
DMR shots.
The mirror is also popped. You have to be so careful, Riv.
Setting hot freeze.
Yep. I mean, that's why you bring
Oh,
the Twitch.
Nat
Words to
gets
live by.
Oh, a nitro from Ellie. Oh, a nade
They
kill
trade
onto
with
Ellie. Wait.
explosives. They trade with explosives.
Turler is still
3
alive,
versus
though.
3. I think the important characters right now, Turler on this Clash, and Bloppy
Foa,
on
no.
this Deimos. Finding Foa could come down to this next interaction. Can Turler hold the line?
Oh!
Bloppy goes down.
Adri went
Deimos
around.
No longer able to lock it.
Oh!
Down.
It's up to
onto
Shift.
The Maverick. The Hibana is all that remains. It's a 1 versus 1. The plant is going down. 41 seconds left, but the plant doesn't go all the way.
No way!
Shifty hits the shot to send us all the way to map number 3. Riv was not lying. Get your popcorn. We're going all the way to Clubhouse. Unreal. Unbelievable. Upset here on Chalet. 8-7. This was a 3-6 in favor of kittenkweens at one point. But we're going all the way. Unreal. It's cinema. There's nothing more to say. There's nothing more to say. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the day. Oh, what just happened? It's going to be a pretty long break, too, so stay with us. After 15 grueling rounds on Chalet, we are headed to a map number 3 in this series, something that neither of us expected to see. But we're going to Clubhouse. I am Gedster. Joining me is a very tired Ace. It's map 3, baby. I'm excited. I'm still here for it. I'm ready to go. Ace is ready to go to bed.
Yes. I'm so unbelievably ready to go to bed. It is insane. I was up late last night doing the old Castorino, of course, as I do, and then here I am today. I'm thinking I'm gonna be a good man. Thinking I'm gonna be a good man for Project Luna. I'll do both BO3s. Boom! I am so unbelievably tired. But yeah, listen. Shout out to production for sticking with us. Shout out to Lucy for sticking with us. This has been an unbelievably long day where we've been going at it now for a while. But here we are once again. This is Map 3. This is Clubhouse. This is winner take all. This is winner faces Wildcard Queens in the grand finals. Loser will face a Rival 7 women's team, of course. Yeah, we thought that was it. But what a shot hit there. The Hibana gun just rained straight and rained true and sent us all the way here to Clubhouse. So now we've got one last task for the day here in Project Luna, and that is make it through Clubhouse.
Ban phase is out and active already, so I still can't believe that Chalet went the way it did. Like 8-7. Amos and Kaid are going to be the first bans here, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Amos was a problem for both of those teams to deal with in that last map.
Yeah, I can completely understand that. The same could go for the Kaid, who I believe might have been left off the board at one point. I can't remember when. It's been so long now. Hibana and Azami off the board here, though. Those are also two very good picks to be taken off. At least we got Clubhouse as our last map and not something like Skyscraper. I feel a little bit more at home with this.
I'm down. I like a good Skyscraper every now and then, but Clubhouse is definitely one that I'm very okay with returning to. Either way, we're going to be starting in the basement. Skulpos will be out and active for Bloppy. You were talking about this character and player combination earlier when we were playing Bank, but we really didn't get to see much of Bloppy on this character. Got first picked, unfortunately, at that point. And now, hopefully, we get to see a little bit more of that expertise you were talking about.
Yeah, I believe we will, too, because funnily enough, last night when I was casting, there was a match that had Clubhouse in it, and we saw some insane Scopos plays there. And that really woke me up to how good Scopos can be on this map if played correctly. And if there's anyone that's going to be able to play Scopos correctly on any map, especially this one, it would definitely be Block.
For sure. I must have spaced out for a second or something when the second bans came through, because Hibana and Azami are out of the picture. Not at all shocking. Fairly typical bans that we see on both sides here, so I'm not shocked by these. Like, just get them out of the way. But either way, on the defense here, we see the Jaeger, we see the Goyo, two very different operators in terms of how they work and what they want to plan to do, but both on very high impact frag players. So it'll be very interesting to see how this ends up going.
It's really just a waiting game.
Who was it? Who was it on the last map for Strike X that had 22 kills, by the way?
It was
that you?
On the Maverick.
Foa, you're right.
Oh no, Foa on kittenkweens, yeah, had either 22 or 23.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody got a lot on. I believe Riv had.
I think it was you. I think it was Riv who had the highest kill count there. I couldn't remember who it was exactly. That's my fault. I thought it was a Strike X player who hit the 20 count. But either way, looking for. I'm hoping we get more performances like that on this map.
Floppy going big though.
Floppy
Selfless
gonna
kill
be
to
the
open
first to
round up.
fall.
Foa takes Riv out. Oof.
Ooh,
Yuli gets Foa.
okay. The 3 versus 3 now. Turler managing to find a pick onto Fa through the floor there. Massive stuff, but we've got an ace just creeping up through dirt right now. Not making his presence known quite yet, but there are still eyes on that spot, so needs to be very careful. Gets spotted out. Adriella
Floppy with a
will fall.
double.
Kitten Queens looking at a 2 versus 2 right now. The Ellie on this ace does get a pick through dirt.
Reloading.
1v2 now for Shift A. Managed to win a round like this in order to take us to this map. But can she do it again? Needs to find Ellie and Turler. Needs to do it fast. Has it nearly lined up, but Free Fire not going to connect. Everyone knows where everyone is here. Lots of damage onto Ellie. Not going to be enough, though. Shift A gets shut down, and Kitten Queens will take the first round.
Honestly, a pretty fundamental attack there within that first round. Kitten Queens looking as prominent as ever. I will say, you're going to have to take over for just a quick second. Let us know what you saw, because we've been going so long, and I realized that my laptop was not plugged up. So I will be right back.
Oh, no!
Can't let it die on me.
Yeah, please do not let it die on you. That would be very unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing a somewhat similar defense side here for Strike X. They are still going to be playing Bloppy on that Scopeless. And, but, I mean, the difference this time, obviously, we still see the Jaeger, but the Maluzi and the Bandit are big changes I wanted to point out as well, because that wall denial could absolutely come into play when we're looking at somewhere like Dirt, for example. Not really a spot that gets electrocuted often, and probably won't end up seeing it here, especially since Maverick is on the other side. And even if it is down there, probably won't be all that impactful. But I am interested to see where these batteries go, just in general. And Doc as well, an unusual choice, but we have seen players like Riv in this lobby play this character quite frequently, so not completely out of the ballpark. This is one of those characters that allows you to play that super aggressive style of spawn peeking and maybe getting someone before they're even able to touch the building. So
That's very true.
welcome back. So one of the batteries does go down in Dirt. I was not thinking of, I did not think that was actually going to happen, but you know, nice.
It seems as though they might have a player who wants to kind of sit tucked in Dirt with the barbed wire, kind of covering them up. I believe it is Shift, actually.
It is.
So you got to cover your own back somehow.
So they are playing all the way in Dirt, Shift specifically, but again, they do still have to deal with this Maverick. Can just burn through that barricade, ignoring the battery entirely, forcing the Bandit to back away. But eventually, Riv is going to be the first player in this game to find the kill onto Natalini. Striker no longer in place, making it that much harder for Kitten Queens.
Oh, Riv gets dotted up there, but still in a pretty advantageous position here. Bloppy goes
Bloppy
down.
down.
Of Adri, 4-4 now, though.
No more Scopeless.
A little bit better.
Players just looking to find angles here. Minute left in the round. And at this point, Riv is still a problem for Kitten Queens. This Doc's still going to be an issue going forward. And Shift Day is going to find the next pick here onto Turler, kittenkweens. They've got to find a way in, and they've got to do it quickly.
Oh.
That's a good way of doing it. Players will fall 2 versus 2. Just the IQ left, and it's not going to be enough. Strike X taking their first round here on Clubhouse.
Wow. If Strike X end up going all the way and actually winning this one and facing Wildcard Queens tomorrow, there's a good chance they end up beating them. Like, in all honesty, I'm not lying to you, because they're proving their prominence. Like, you can't count kittenkweens out right now at all whatsoever. But Strike X are working a lot better as a team now than they were whenever they were on bank. I was criticizing them for not necessarily being, straight team players, so to speak. I said the same about Arrival 7 female, but there was really nothing that they could do about it there at the very end. So when it came down to it, now it looks more, though, as Strike X have really, really, really tightened up and, formed a better bond, so to speak, throughout this entire process and throughout this entire match. They're proving that they actually do have a pretty good shot and could even maybe end up winning this one. Now that it's 1-1 and that we've got a little extra, obviously we've got a lot more left to play now that they won map 2 in max OT fashion.
10 seconds left.
So with the amount that we have left to play Strike X, you cannot count them out yet at all whatsoever. Even if they go down, it's very obvious that they most likely will come right back at you.
Fairly standard gym bedroom hold we're seeing here. Castle and Bandit. 2 operators you see up on site very frequently. But likewise on the other side, Thermite, not shocking to see. Sledge, not shocking to see. Ash, not shocking to see. Basically, everyone is here. Call it Super Smash Bros. Ultimate if you'd like, but is there any denial on the batteries here? Grenades, perhaps? No, there won't be grenades because of the Jaeger ADS. Sledge is gonna find a pick here, and that's absolutely massive. But Yuli is able to shut it down. So 4 versus 4. I don't know if they can actually open up the hallway reinforced walls there at this point. It's going to be very difficult to, at very least. But I mean, getting rid of the sledge is really nice. It makes it that much easier for the castle barricades to stay up, but Ash can still take them down if she so pleases. Looking really scary right now.
I do like what I'm seeing, though. I'm not sure why that Ash charge didn't go off. Maybe it got... I don't know
It
why
has to
these
be a
Ash charges
Jaeger
aren't
ADS.
going off. I mean, it
Has to
did
be
make
Jaeger
the sound,
ADS.
though.
That's true. But I mean, theoretically, that's what would have happened to Sledge's frag grenades earlier, too, so...
That's true.
Who knows, really? Right now, it's just a matter of getting in and finding these picks, but they're not able to do that. Natalini goes down very early.
Now it's down. Foa is hurt as well. You got to be careful
Ooh.
from behind.
Ooh.
And now it's all up to Ellie. You
1v4.
might not even have a chance to get Nat up.
You definitely don't have a chance to get Nat up. Saw the barrel.
Oh, Bloppy.
You know that somebody's there.
Please wait your turn.
Bloppy.
Wait your turn, Bloppy.
Floppy,
You peek
be
it, it's over.
patient. I mean, it doesn't matter. 14 seconds. You get the
there
pick
we
eventually
go.
anyway. Bloppy on the Scopos. As you say, just phenomenal on this Raider.
Yeah, I mean, hate to be
Another
the one to
band
say
phase
that I said
coming
it
in
best
here.
myself, but yeah, she is unbelievably prominent, due to the past history I've had. I mean, I've definitely known long enough now, the Polish prodigy, so to speak, very good at what she does on Scopos. Maverick and Bandit being the bans
Bandit.
here is certainly interesting. Not at all interesting to see Maverick, but Bandit has been getting more and more and more ban time, and it's honestly interesting to me.
I'm a Bandit appreciator personally, so I don't appreciate that ban coming out from Kitten Queens. Like that's crazy. Why would you ban away my boy? That's crazy. Can't believe you do that.
Understandably so. I mean, I honestly, personally, have barely any idea as to why Bandit is getting banned out like he is. I mean, the Kaid is also off the board, so no electricity, but I feel as though that might just be a little too simple in a way. But no Maverick.
It's very
no
possible.
Maverick tricking either.
I mean, at this point, it becomes pretty obvious what the defenders need to do if they want wall denial, and that becomes 2-bit aisle. So, at very least, when they're going CCTV, you know that there's going to be a 2-bit aisle. And there's ways of dealing with a 2-bit aisle on this point, obviously. In the last series where we saw Clubhouse, we saw one die by getting shot through the drone hole. So, it's very possible. It's very doable to deal with this character, is what I'm getting at here.
We have been at this for a while, long enough to know what happened on that previous map, and you're exactly correct. That was an insane drone hole kill. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
If you repel here, it's definitely easier to get rid of that mute, but at the same time, you might not need to due to the pocket EMPs, but then it gets frozen, so that's kind of what I would have expected, especially when I saw Riv on the Tuberelle.
There's a lot of pocket EMPs on the side of Kitten Queens as well. You've got 2 in the pocket of Adriela and 2 in the pocket of Foa. So they want this wall open, as is typical for a CCTV take, and eventually it will be opened.
Ooh,
It was a very hasty throw of the nitro cell. I don't know. It was a little hasty, I think. I think if you'd waited a little bit longer, there was a better chance.
Oh!
What a shot from Riv!
Another
and you
one!
Just have free silent on another. Strike X. Words to Riv by has been on fire this whole series. And she's not looking to slow down. That was an insane 2-piece. That was an absurd 2-piece. There was no way you should have gotten that first one.
Wow.
Eventually does get shut down by Turler, who has also been lights out today, but down to a 3 versus 1. Ellie on this Montaigne by herself. Essentially nothing she can do to get in here. Opting to try and rotate away. Find a different approach. You kind of have to.
We've seen a Monty ace, but I don't necessarily know if we'll be able to see a Monty clutch here, especially with Bloppy still on the board.
They know where
downstairs
she is.
Shift rotates back up. Yeah.
This should be over.
Inevitable. Yeah.
Ellie is very low. They know exactly where she is. It might be cooked. It is in fact cooked.
Oh, the pipe! A pipe kill! Yes, a destructible ingredient!
C-Jex, everybody!
Flame on is crazy. Oh, that's funny though.
Strike X going up 3-1 here. Very impressive stuff. And they're gonna opt to go back down to Church Arsenal in the basement. I like this play. I don't think we've seen a single round where Bloppy has not played Scopus, by the way.
I mean, I hate to be the one who's telling you that she was going to do this, but looking at the map that they're on, looking at how prominent the operator is, I mean, besides Bank, obviously, Bloppy could play Scopus anywhere and still get insane value.
I mean, just utterly insane. This character has worked so well for Bloppy so far, and I imagine we're going to see it continue at this point. So, very interesting stuff coming out from this character.
And looking at it now, I mean, what are you expecting from the attackers? How are they going to be able to come back around? What does Kitten Queens need to do? Be honest.
I think that the big problem I'm seeing from them right now is they're not decisive enough. I think they're taking a little bit too long, and they're giving Strike X too much room to breathe.
They want those
So I want to
destructible
see, like,
ingredients off the board as early as possible.
oh yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think I want to see them like sticking to something a lot more. What's the word I'm looking for here? Like decisive in the moment, you know?
I'll agree. Stick to a better strat and just keep going with it until it doesn't work anymore. That's what we've seen Kitten Queens do a multitude of different times now. We just need to see it actually be able to transpire a little bit better.
Setting hard breach.
Nothing right now for Strike X to deny those hard breach, to deny the hard breach from effectively cutting off a whole lot of rotations with those hatches. No Tubarao in sight. Kaid off the board, so gonna have to just deal with those being opened pretty quickly. 90 seconds left in the round, and still nobody has fallen, but still sightlines being opened, and just like that, as I say it, Adriel finds one onto Bloppy.
Pistol
eventually-
whipping her
oh,
way
the dominoes
to a
fall.
double.
That's a very nice little pick there. But I don't think Turtle was the one to actually get those kills. I think it was Adriella.
Ooh! Oh,
Pick still
a
coming
double.
out from Strike X.
Another one.
These players not wanting to go down so easily. Turler and Natalini, last remaining for Kitten Queens after a 5-2 start to this round. 45 seconds left, so they're not super pressed for time yet, but they know that everyone knows where they are now. Strike X has the red pings. Oh, the Jaeger nearly losing out on the fight and his life, but manages to escape right behind the canister planting site thing. Now, one player left. Natalini falls to Shift A on the Goyo. This is beginning to potentially get out of hand. Turler needs a huge play. Finds one.
1v1.
It's just the Goyo.
She's gonna have to plant here.
1v1.
She has
She's
8
gotta
seconds
plant
left.
or find it, but you can't find the pick. Shift A is nuts.
With another one.
Another 1v1 to close out the round, and this feels like it's running away from Kitten Queens faster than any of us could have anticipated.
Shift A is nuts. You said it best yourself. Wow.
Just beautiful Siege being played by Strike X right now. Riv and Shift A both just lights out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Once
they can.
again, we're going up to Gym Bedroom. Once again, we're going to be seeing Castle. But no Bandit this time, because Bandit got banned. But goodness me. Shift A,
Bomb located by
currently 8-2. Like, oh my goodness. It's round 6.
Unbelievable
You have 8 kills
to
through
see.
5 rounds.
That's nuts.
Unreal. Simply unreal. I do find one of the picks we're seeing from Kitten Queens right now kind of interesting. We're seeing Turler Collie. And you were pointing it out earlier. Collie does have the gadget that is somewhat similar to Ash, allows breaching to happen at a distance. It's just a question of what are we looking for here?
Castle barricades.
Because
I
this
reckon.
could have been an Ash pick.
Probably the best.
Well,
thing.
I agree, but at the same time, this could have just been an Ash pick for the
At the
same
same
value.
time, this is a lot longer of a map. Not only can she also get hatches with it, she has 4 of them. And like I say, this
That's
is
true.
a lot longer of a map, so to speak. It's more about a lot of angles are going to be opened up in a multitude of different directions to where you can sit back and not have to be in there and on the entry and be ready to go. And just as I
Turler.
say that, Turler on the Cali, that's exactly
were
what
right.
it is. You don't have to be right there ready for it like you would as an Ash.
I'm gonna shut the hell up now. Apparently, Turler, the Collie pick makes sense. I was wrong. My bad. I will be submitting my Turler apology form shortly. But either way, I mean, that's a big pick to have for Kitten Queens. This is the last round of the first half, by the way. Strike X has been really, really, really good here. Like, unbelievably good so far. Kitten Queens, they've struggled pretty immensely. But this is definitely a round that the Strike X can drop, and especially after losing Fa. Adriella being a very nice shot,
Oh!
but gets traded
Shift
out by
with
none other
9
than
now.
Shift.
Oh!
Oh my God, Bloppy!
Bloppy!
Flop, you can't be serious. The first round you don't play Scopos, and you're still fragging out like a demon.
Oh,
Has to run
Right
away,
back
but gets
around
cut
into
off by
Nat.
Natalini. A great position for the two of them to take. Natalini cutting off every option. But now it's just a matter of a 2 versus 2.
Riff?
One of the players on Kitten
You're not
Queens
gonna get that.
is a Monty. Has to deal with so much in her way.
Nat
And
is
Natalini goes down. 40 seconds left. Goo
Ellie,
mine
you
in
have
your
to
ankle.
pull that out.
You gotta get rid of the goo mine. And you do, but I don't see a way back into this round.
They did pick Nat up.
Getting
though. That is
Natalini
good.
back up is huge. But Ellie and Natalini in a 2 versus 2.
Yep.
A
Riff.
1 versus 2 now. They know exactly where you are.
And you're
You
on
need the
Montaigne.
greatest pistol shots of all time.
6 seconds.
8 seconds
yeah,
left.
It's looking.
This is about to be a
Looking all but
5-1 half
5-1.
ace.
Mm-hmm. Destructible
It's over.
ingredient cut off the path. Strike X have made it 5-1.
In no universe did we think we'd be here. I mean, you were telling me going into this when you expected this to be a pretty solid 2-0 if
I did.
Kitten Queens managed to win bank, but
I will agree.
we're going into round 7 of map 3 with Strike X up 5-1.
Yeah, I mean it's not
This is
anything I would have
unreal.
expected. Yeah.
Unbelievable. We've been going for 5 hours, by the way. Thank you
We
all
hope you
for
have
sticking with
enjoyed.
us for 5 hours.
Yes.
Yes.
We hope you have enjoyed.
I hope y'all are having half as much fun as I have, and at least double the amount of fun Ace has had.
Yeah, my esteemed co-caster is having so much more fun. I'm not saying I hate it,
Dude.
but this has
Dude.
been some insane siege, in all honesty.
I love Siege. This game rules. Ah.
It's just time for a breath, though, at the same time. It's like, okay, it's 5-1.
Oh, yes.
We are taking a breath just as much as Kitten Queens know, okay, we're swapping to our defense. We have to be more prominent. We have to be more explosive. We have to make sure that we hit our targets and hit our marks as fast and as quick as we can in order to try to have some sort of advantage over Strike X, because they have been so prominent on their defense. Now we need to see what Strike X can provide on their attack.
And we're seeing a fairly standard defensive composition come out here for Kitten Queens. The only real outlier, the only real character you don't see too often is this Capcan. But down here in the basement, those traps can be dangerous. So many doorways, so many places where you can just immediately die on the approach.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to be able to expect this, which is kind of why we're bringing along the IQ, I think. I mean, being able to spot out those Capcan traps from a distance, spot out those Valkyrie camps. Absolutely massive value comes from this operator. So it's really just going to be a question of what Kitten Queens are able to do on this defense. And I want to see these lurks get value here. Because if these lurks don't get value, it's going to be a major problem.
They need it. They need it bad. This is, wow. A lot is going on. But at the same time, nothing is happening yet. If you've been with us long enough, you will know that this has been such a back and forth.
Yeah, this map has been an outlier in that regard. Strike X have looked extremely solid on this map, whereas Kitten Queens, they've only been able to put up one round in response. This is not typical of what we saw in the other two maps. So, I would love to see Kitten Queens make this one a little bit more even.
Oh, man. Targeted by Deimos now has been Nat. Riv on the Montaigne. Not the Montaigne, the Blackbeard.
That has to be. I mean, that just has to be the
Turler.
scariest. Ooh.
Maybe
Oh,
not.
Kitten Queens finally looking to punch back a little bit here, but Turler does eventually get shut down on the way upstairs. 3 versus 4. Very, very winnable for Strike X. We've seen what these players can do in clutch situations. Shift A in particular, who is still alive. Yuli with the 7 kills right now. Fa, who has also been spectacular throughout this series, so far without a kill in this map, but we know that she's capable of popping off at any given moment. It's just a matter of if they can find one more kill. It is very, very, very doable for them. And that's the one they're looking for. 23 seconds left. 3 versus 3 in the round. Shift A finding that pick, but Yuli goes down next. 2 versus 3. Fa could turn the tide of the round right here. Trying to pre-fire that one, but with only 12 seconds left, make it 10. That's going to do it for sure. 8 seconds remaining. You are not finding all 3 of these kills before that timer runs out. Natalini will shut down that notion before the timer hits 0, and we finally see more signs of life from Kitten Queens.
Finally. Strike X really need to close this one out, though. Not just for my sake, but for their own. Because this, I mean, you can't let Kitten Queens come back. Because they're obviously going to, right? I mean, they have always been so prominent on their defense. And here we are now. They won another one. And then they're going to win another one. And then they're going to win another one. And then, you know, and then it piles on. And then the comeback is complete. So if I'm Strike X, you really don't need to do what Kitten Queens did on Chalet. And that is take a lead and just let it slip straight through your fingers.
We are in a somewhat similar position right now. I mean, Kitten Queens was up by 3 rounds at that point. It was 6-3, and it got brought all the way back. Strike X currently up 5-2. If they can take one more round, then they're looking decent here. But I think in order for it to feel really safe, it has to be this round. Because if it's next round, it's 6-3. And we know what happened last time we saw 6-3.
Mm-hmm. Very true. It needs to be now, I'd say. Foe just letting the round play out, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Just got to make sure that you're either good for one or you're not. It all depends on where they spawn from. It's okay to sit out every now and then like that looking for a spawn kill.
Mm-hmm.
The effective bandit trick from Nat. But that's what the Flores is for. Yuli gets one in there now. Bandit charges are off the wall.
But surely if it's if it's Flores, they're able to more like consistently shut down that attempt at breaking them, right?
You would have thought so. It all depends on if they can actually get the Flores drone in there, because the Flores drone can be shot like a regular drone when it's on its way in. Although catching Nat off guard, it ended up working out. Now the wall is finally open.
Drone activated.
They get it open, and just like that, it's looking pretty decent here. Still a 5 versus 5. Very little damage dealt on either side. As I say it, though, Words to Riv By gets shut down right outside of CCTV. That's a
Foa with that
crazy
dirt
angle to be taking with Foa. Oh my. Not going to find anything very quickly here, but
Floppy
Bloppy.
missed her mark.
Unfortunate. We all miss those sometimes. But yeah, I mean...
Oh!
Nitro! Through the
Turtle with a
window.
double as well. Wow.
I mean, yeah, I mean...
Oh! Doubled up.
Masterclass defense. Flawless
Flawless.
round for Kitten Queens. They are back in this game. 5-3. Only 2 rounds separate these teams right now. 2 rounds!
Wow. Strike X. Now, I mean, we said now was the time last round. Now really needs to be the time that you make it 6-3. I know we've seen 6-3 once before, and a comeback has somewhat happened, but oh man, this needs to be the moment where you put Kitten Queens back up against the wall and see how they fare, because when your backs were up against the wall, you came all the way back and decided, okay, I'm just going to take this map out from under you. Here, though, however, we need to see how Kitten Queens can perform under that
Attackers need
pressure.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
CCTV cache will be the selection for Kitten Queens here. Once again, we are going to be seeing the Bandit, the Mute, the Goyo, all operators we've seen previously in this match. Not really going to be shaking it up in any meaningful way here. But over on the attack side, I don't like talking about it before they're locked in, so I'm going to hold on for 2 seconds. Okay, we're locked. Looks like we're going to be seeing the Twitch, the Capital, the Monty from Words to Riv By once again. On the Zofia. And Shifte on this Maverick that we see so often attacking on CCTV. It's a mirror window on the door.
Yep. When you've gone this long, you might just end up seeing anything.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we've been here all night. We might be hallucinating that window, low-key. So they've got the Bandit playing up here. Top floor. Nitro not thrown far enough to reach the door, excuse me. But still a chunk of damage on...
Oh.
What just happened?
Wow.
Crossfire. 2 players fall. Strike X. I mean, this just feels like they're starting to slip a little bit. Obviously, you still have 2 huge impact players on the side of Strike X still standing with Shift A and Bloppy. But things get dicier literally by the second in this game. There's so much utility to work your way through. There are so many guns you need to get past. Barbed wire at the bottom of the stairs there doesn't make your job any easier either.
In all honesty, Nat is in such a power position here that you have to watch out for her. She's already been hurt a little bit. But obviously you need to see more, but like, a lot has already happened. Kitten Queens looking as though they're going to make a comeback here. We're getting pretty close to seeing it. Even if Kitten Queens win right here, that doesn't necessarily make the comeback official. But wow, I mean...
Definitely not.
out of all the matches I have ever casted, and this is going back. I've casted a lot of Blitz. I've casted a lot of TPL. I mean, I've been in some of these higher leagues. This specifically, this match that I am watching, rivals the greatest I ever watched. It honestly does. I watched a match during the GCC kickoff. It was one of my longest matches I ever casted. It was GCU Purple versus Utah Red. Unbelievable match that was. This is, honest to God, rivaling that for me. Unbelievable scenes we're seeing here, especially with the Kitten Queens comeback
Crazy.
getting ready to happen, and here it is. Kitten Queens take another one to
round.
make it 5-4.
The defense has been impenetrable ever since we've swapped. It's just been lights out. 5-4 now. After a 5-1 half. Can we talk about that for a moment? 5-1 at the half. And now we're within a round. They have not given Strike X an inch. Nothing whatsoever.
Strike
Now,
X haven't played like they
Amira-
want to take an inch, to be honest with you. They've been playing so conservative that it's not helping their cause that Kitten Queens are just running all over them.
Won't argue with that. Maverick and Mira are out of the equation for this round. Both bands make a lot of sense. We see a lot of Maverick here on Clubhouse. And Mira, just an omnipresent character in Rainbow Six since inception. We're going back to the basement once again for Kitten Queens. This time, not seeing a bandit, rather a Kaid for wall denial. And once again, I mean, I pointed this out last time we were in the basement, but there is a Capcan still, like, on the field here, so... A lot of faith in this character. Even though last time around, we saw those traps get shut down pretty quickly. And it looks like they are going to be bringing along the IQ and the Deimos once again. Not a huge shock.
Yeah, I'm not really too surprised by it either, to be honest with you. I do like the Capcan pick, Nat looking to hopefully get a little extra value out of it. Turler, of course, on the Fenrir.
The only big question mark I have in this round really is... No, never mind. I guess that the striker makes sense. Just being able to open those hatches. Yeah. No, I had to think about that one for a moment, but I got there eventually.
Wow. I just can't believe that we're here. Kitten Queens are one round off
Now they can
tying it up 5-5. I mean, absolutely anything can happen.
It is extremely, extremely likely
Detected a bomb!
that we end up going the whole distance. There's another early pick! Ram out of the equation! Riv out! Goodbye, thanks for playing! See you next round! Less than 2 minutes remaining and already Strike X losing out on one of their most impactful players in this series so far. They want so badly to put themselves on match point here, to maintain this round lead. But that proximity
do it
alarm
down the
goes off
player
and
now.
they know. Yeah. Kitten Queens knows exactly where at least one of these players is approaching from, thanks to that proximity alarm. 1:10 left in the round. They're struggling. They're really struggling to get in right now.
Yes.
Strike X, once again, picking up the diffuser. It will be on Pha. But this IQ, at about half health, Yuli needs to stay alive if they want a chance here. They need everyone alive for this next bit. But the bees have spotted the warden, so there is a chance that they're able to hunt down that character, get him out of the picture. Adriela, gone. Pha, unfortunately falling once again, though. 3 versus 4, 30 seconds left. Down to the wire. Whole lot of fire on the floor. Thank you, Goyo, very much. Whole lot of stall that will be necessary going forward.
Oh.
Turler falls. Yuli also next to fall, though. Demos and Grim. All that's left in terms of keeping this match
1v3.
even. But Kitten Queens, man, they've brought it back. 5 rounds apiece. What are we
5-5.
looking at?
Strike X timeout too, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, they needed that.
Well deserved. They needed it bad.
I would argue they might have needed it last round, but
Yeah, I would.
I'm
was
happy
gonna
they
say
took
the
it
same thing.
eventually. I'm happy they took it because, goodness, they are crumbling before our very eyes right now, Ace.
They are. Being up 5-1, I mean, this is going to be obviously a defensive. Both of these teams are such defensive stalwarts that now we're all the way back. Now we are unbelievably back. It is basically 0-0 at this point. But instead, the winner of this next round makes it match point.
I can't believe we're here. This is unreal. We're going to gym bedroom. Castle Bandit, standard stuff. But man, what has transpired to get us here in the first place? This is absurd.
I mean, it's been the simple fact that Strike X have not been able to attack effectively against Kitten Queens. It's just straight up and down.
I mean, I suppose so, but like, the same could have been said on the other side of this half as well. Like, Kitten Queens, they had 1 round on the attack, and suddenly they swapped to the defense, and they look so much more in their element.
Mm-hmm.
These maps have been so strange to watch, in all honesty, but it's coming down to the last few. We are in round 11. The furthest we can go is 15. So within the next 20 minutes or so, we'll know who's going to the grand finals. Up against Wildcard. And it's going to be an insane round.
This is the round. This is the one that you need to get. It doesn't matter which team you are. This is the round that has to be it for you.
What is that sense wall there for?
They'll end up
I guess
placing
just to
it once
cover the...
Yep. They'll end up turning it on once the window is open.
Yeah.
That way they can't be shot out through the side, or at
Interesting.
least you can still spray through it, of course, but can't guarantee their location.
Blocking their sights.
Goodness. These sense walls going up, just cutting off every line of sight imaginable for the side of Strike X. But Kitten Queens, they've done a great job of holding so far.
Oh,
Loppy
Loppy,
goes down,
no.
a very aggressive push into the bedroom to try to get the diffuser down. Will not be successful, at
Sense
least
walls
not
go up.
immediately. But Foa and Adriella both falling very shortly thereafter. Loppy still not fully dead, by the way. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick him up, but there is always the chance. Turler not able to win the 1v1. 4 versus 2. And Ellie has to push aggressively. Finishes the sledge. But now stuck behind this one little piece.
mm-hmm. Of gym
They
equipment.
have
Luckily,
to
it
know.
can't be
They
shot
have
through.
to know someone's still in here.
Oh, through the wall,
And they do.
Ellie.
Down goes the Fenrir. Things are
Oh.
falling apart. Absolutely falling apart here for the side of Kitten Queens. They go to defense and they lose out the round. Strike X could very well end it right here, right now.
They're one away. They are one away.
One more round. and they finally get their defense half round. They finally get it. They get themselves onto match point after being there for so long. They were there for 4 rounds without being able to convert, and they finally do it. Kitten Queens, they need to respond in kind. Right now, CCTV cache will be the site of choice for Kitten Queens. And once again, fairly standard stuff. Only real outlier for the side of Kitten Queen's defense is Turler on this Frost. Not a character we see super often. Definitely not a character I see on this site very much, but these traps could prove immensely valuable. As could that cover wall. But man, I am still just in disbelief that we are here in this round.
Wow. StrikeX making it 6-5 after Kitten Queens had to come all the way back in order to push them into it. Unbelievable scenes. You just can't make it up.
Explosive ordnance out in prime.
One more defensive round win from Kitten Queens and we will be going to overtime. The final round of regulation here.
I don't know. I don't know if I could take that.
He's losing it, chat. My co-caster is losing it.
Oh man, we are.
I'm losing it for a different reason.
Wow.
Boa falls. StrikeX. They want this bad.
It's looking.
They're
so
on the
good
war
now.
path. With Foa falling.
Ooh, Bloppy
one of
took
the
some
top
serious
fraggers.
damage there. Bloppy could have been gone there. A whiff from them both, though.
Flash.
Oh, behind
Spots
the
out
wall,
the player.
you see her.
Not going to get the kill, but Ellie falls
Ellie.
immediately thereafter. 5 versus 3 now. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. They finally shoot back a little bit. Riv is down. But with more players falling in a 4 versus 2, Kitten Queens needs a miracle to hold on and bring us to overtime. But it might
Adri.
not be enough. Natalie
It's all on you.
falls. But there's 1 player left, and she won't be enough. Strike X out of nowhere. They managed to take away the map pick, the dominant chalet, and then in 12 grueling rounds, they do it all on Clubhouse. They will be playing in the grand finals against Wildcard tomorrow.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Wow. Well, Arrival 7 Women's are going to have a big wake-up call coming for them in the form of a scorned Kitten Queens. These women are mad right now, and they're probably going to be mad tomorrow. StrikeX, though, I literally can't do anything but give it up for you. I knew of some of the names coming into this. I did. Bloppy, Shifty. I knew of some of these names, of course, and yet you proved me completely ignorant. I mean, that was absolutely insane. I wouldn't have expected it just because I knew I knew more about Kitten Queens going into this. I knew that they have always been a very well-rounded roster. They've been 3rd place. They've been 4th place. They've even been 2nd place in a multitude of different leagues. And now all they can hope for is 3rd because StrikeX will have to go against Wildcard Queens in the grand finals. Congratulations to you, StrikeX. And in all honesty, congratulations to Kitten Queens as well because, man, I mean, a tough outing today. It's not the result you wanted, obviously, but if there's anything to go off of on how Arrival 7 Female went against Wildcard Queens earlier today, then you hopefully won't have any problem grabbing that 3rd place trophy.
It'll be an interesting day tomorrow for sure, but for now we are signing off. It has been a long and grueling day of Rainbow Six Siege commentary for the two of us.
About 5:30, yep. About 5 hours and 30 minutes.
5.5 hours. My brother promised me we would go out for sushi today, so I'm gonna go get
I
dressed
said the
and
same
take
thing
him
to
up on
I
that.
said the same thing to my woman. I'm like,
Yo!
hey, we'll be done.
Yo!
We'll be done shortly. You know what I'm saying? We'll be done shortly, and then here we are.
Oh, hey, that's all right. We finally get to go. But thank you
Some
all so
great
much
siege,
for
though.
tuning in. It was so much fun. I am so happy to be back on the microphone for Siege. I might be back tomorrow. Who knows? Ace will not. Ace has other things to be doing. So thank you
Busy.
so much for joining me on this one, Ace. It was a blast.
It was so fun. It was so fun to hop back into Women's Siege for the first time in a while. I've got a lot of people talking in the chat. I've got a lot of people talking in the Discord. Obviously, I am a well-known name within the women's community, and I just cannot thank you all enough for having me. Considering Grand Finals is within the next few days, this will probably be the last time you see me in Project Luna due to me being busy tomorrow. So once again, thank you so much for allowing me to come into this league, into another women's league. Just add it on to the resume. I actually prematurely added it to my looking for work graphic that I made on Twitter because I knew I was going to be here. It's basically destiny. So yeah, thank you all so much once again. And if Getzer here is with you tomorrow, make sure you welcome him back with open arms. And I'm looking forward to watching. I will have my eyes wide open and glued to the third place match and to the grand finals, of course. Just congratulations to Strike X, man. What an insane match that was.
That was crazy. That was an insane match. But again, we will be signing off. So as Ace said, thank you so much for watching. Please rejoin us tomorrow for the last 2 matches of Project Luna Season 1. They're going to be awesome. And we'll see you on the other side.